Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. We need to adopt the agenda. Dr. Rice, are there any changes or corrections or?
I do. Thank you, President Lomax. I have one suggested correction. If you could turn your agenda to the text for the consent calendar, which is items 17 through 21. We originally had one more item prior to, and so the narrative says 18 to 22. So if you could cross that off in the narrative in the first sentence where it says consent calendar to accurately align to the fact that we have items tonight for your consideration that are 17 to 21.
Does anyone else have any other corrections or suggestions? Hearing none, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the correction.
So moved.
I'll second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
Yeah.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
And Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Ms. Kuros or Ms. Dong, do we have any public comment on closed session items?
We do not.
Okay, then we now need to take a motion to go into closed session where we will be discussing pupil matters pursuant to Education Code sections 35146, 48916, 48918. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 549569D2A, one case. Employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Section 54957B. In conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 549576. The unrepresented employee being the superintendent and the designated representative being Velma Lomax, president. So I'll entertain a motion.
But before we move to a motion, I actually wanted to go back. I'm sorry. On 11D, Dr. Rice, were we planning to pull that from the agenda also? I know we're waiting to hear on from Ms. Dom on that.
No, I think we need to leave that on there. And even though it's a repeat year, we need to leave that on there. We did call the county and confer.
Great. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I will make a motion to move to closed session.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
And Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll see you over on the.
I have to keep myself on mute because otherwise you would hear this kerfuffle happening behind me.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education regularly scheduled meeting for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. We've just returned from closed session, so we would ask you, I'm going to share my screen so we can have a picture of a flag and ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we're going to have a moment of silence after that for Coach Ray CA. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And I've asked Trustee or Vice President Alvarez if he would share some information. I'm going to share a picture of the coach. So go ahead, Matt, and I'll get that up.
Thank you. And I'm honored to share about Coach CA this evening. We take a moment to honor a beloved teacher and coach that passed away in October. Coach CA was a Ventura Unified School District student attending Will Rogers, Cabrillo, and Buena High School. He met his future wife, Wendy, while attending Buena. They met as he was recovering from a concussion on the sideline of a Buena football game. And Wendy was Buena's bulldog mascot, Spike. Coach CA, Ray, caught the first ever touchdown pass against crosstown rival Ventura High School in 1963. He was also one of the fastest runners in Southern California, setting a record at Buena in track that still exists. The 200-meter dash converted from 220 yards, 21.5 seconds. He continued his education and football career at Fresno State on a football scholarship and received his master's degree from Azusa Pacific University in 1979. After coaching football for 1 year in Clovis, he was recruited by Buena's first principal, R. Lee McConnell, to return to his alma mater as a teacher and coach. While his athletic background led him to football and track, he was persuaded into becoming an assistant boys water polo coach and head wrestling coach. He coached wrestling for 14 years with 2 Channel League championships, including coaching a state championship in 1976. John Smithson, despite having never wrestled, Coach CA had become so well versed in the sport that he was selected as the staging manager for the wrestling venue at the 1984 Olympic Games. Coach CA also served as the Buena Boys track coach for 15 years and cross-country coach for 13 years, where he led the team to 4 Channel League titles. Ray also was an assistant football coach at Buena for 10 years. In addition, he taught physical education, health science, peer counseling, and biology throughout his 36 years at Buena. He was known for his warm smile, kindness, positive coaching style, and caring for others. Coach's philosophy of doing things the right way was an inspiration to many of his students and athletes. As a crowning moment, Ray was on the steering committee for the Buena Stadium project that opened in 2004 and is the home of the school's football, track, and soccer programs after decades of efforts. We will miss Coach CA and we will send our heartfelt condolences to his family and friends.
Thank you, Vice President Alvarez. Well said. Do any of the board members or Dr. Rice, would you like to make a comment?
I didn't have the pleasure of knowing Coach CA, but by everything that I've heard about him from members of our staff and the moving tribute read by Trustee Almaraz, I just want to express my condolences and send out our hearts and prayers to his entire family. As you were reading the description, Matt, a lot of parallels to my own life. I could relate to a lot of the things that he did in his career, and I felt a little closer to him. So thanks for sharing that. And again, hearts and prayers to his family.
Velma, I did have the honor of working with him when I was in the Human Resources Office on a number of different projects and that. And just a great gentleman, truly missed. His daughter works for us as a teacher, and just a great family. And my condolences go out to the whole family and to the Buena staff, because he was a big part of Buena.
Excellent.
And I just wanted to add that I knew not only Coach CA as a teacher, he was enormous walking through the halls of Buena, but I also knew him as a father. I'm lucky to be blessed to be really great friends with Scott, his son, and to watch the tremendous effort he did, not only at the school site, but also outside of school. I'm just blessed. And I know that his mentorship has really provided me with the right guidance. And when sometimes our paths weren't looked at so clearly as we were growing up. So I'm blessed to have known him as not only coach, but also as pop. So I'm really blessed, and my condolences to the family.
I think that is well said. Thank you. And I know, having worked with him throughout the years, always professional, always kind, always had children at the heart of everything he did. And it showed in everything he did. And he will truly be missed. And our sincere condolences to the family. But just know that he left a great legacy. And thank you for sharing him with us.
I would like to just share as well. Thank you. And thanks, Trustee Almaraz, for sharing. And to be honest, I haven't been on Facebook, and I did not know this. So this comes to an absolute shock. And one thing that I do know about the CA family is that they definitely are family first. And us as adults now, as we're raising our own children, it's parents like Scott CA's parents that we look to aspire to be. I feel that my parents were like that as well. And I am just so sorry, Scott and Kelly, and your entire family, for your tremendous loss and for your dear, sweet girls.
Thank you. Ms. Dawn, would you please do the roll call?
Sure, I'd be happy to. President Velma Lomax.
Here.
Vice President Matt Almaraz.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Amy Callahan.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Roger Rice.
Here.
Student Board Member Ella Haas.
Here.
Thank you. Subbing for Logan Bobis, we have Mateo Navarro. He might be having technical difficulty. And we have Student Board Member Nina Segura. I think you're on mute, but I saw that you're here. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you very much. Item number 10, report of actions taken in closed session. There were no actions taken in closed session. So now we're going to start our regular Board of Education annual organization meeting. This is the time when we shift gears, change guard, and the first item, 11A, is the election of officers. Action is required at this time. The board will select a president and a vice president for the year 2022. So we need a motion to elect a new president.
I would like to move that we elect Mr. Matt Almaraz as our new president.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez.
She was on the fence there, Matt. Yes.
I couldn't find her. Okay. Trustee Almaraz.
Yes, I guess you're not supposed to vote for yourself.
Trustee Lomax.
Yes, and I'll tell you, Matt, my mother and father told me that if you don't vote for yourself, why would anybody else vote for you? Just saying.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Yay! Oh. So now at this point, I believe, do I continue to do this, or does President Almaraz takes over? Okay, it's all yours.
I'm honored to be serving for the 2022 year as your president. Thank you to everyone. And I will now take a motion for a nomination for vice president from the floor.
I would like to nominate Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez for our vice presidency.
All right, we have a motion, a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Callahan,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Almaraz,
Yes.
and Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations, Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now I will turn it over for agenda item 11B, presentation to outgoing board president, Thelma Lomax.
Thank you, Board President Almaraz. Congratulations to you and Trustee Rodriguez and your new offices from the entire staff. As you know, it is traditional to make a presentation to the outgoing president, and you probably already can see somewhere on your screen Dr. Chandler kind of sneaking up. So I would like to ask Velma, if you could, there you go. Rebecca, can you take it over?
Sure. We are so grateful for your work. We have this beautiful arrangement and this card. Oh, we're echoing. Sorry. Beautiful flowers are for you. And our whole team just wanted to say thank you for the wonderful job you've done as president. I'm going to turn this off, maybe. We actually need.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, geez. Okay, let me turn down my speaker. There we go. Can you guys hear me okay? So these are for you, President Lomax, for our last time. We will miss you as president. We are excited to have Mr. Almaraz as our new president, but you've done a tremendous job supporting us for so many years. They're from Bloomin' Rubies.
Oh, they're beautiful.
It's amazing Ojai shop.
Beautiful.
That's a card from our team, and we adore you and everything you've done for us. So,
and she has the privilege of seeing my filthy office, just so you know. My background is blurred for a reason.
So I will turn off my camera, but we just know how much we love and appreciate you.
I'm gonna make sure this doesn't fall off. I give you a hug.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt your
No,
night.
I'm so thrilled about
This
it.
is from the team.
Well,
So
thank you.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
leave you. I don't want to interrupt.
Don't you have to go back and get on?
I do have to go get online.
Were you at home?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at home. So I ran over here from home.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Take
I will
care.
see you in a
Just
minute.
make sure they all follow you.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Thank you,
I'll get 'em
Dr.
out.
Chandler.
I'll get him out.
Come on.
I know that the rest.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know that the rest of the trustees would like a moment to comment as well, but I just want to jump in and say how much I've enjoyed working with you as board president. All the extra phone calls and conversations and wisdom and advice from the 28 years that you've spent on the board have been invaluable to me as a newer superintendent. And for those of you that don't know, and board president Almaraz, I think Velma would tell you that the 7 o'clock to 7:30 timeframe was reserved for Velma, office hours with Dr. Rice, phone calls on the way in. So Velma, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed working with you, and I know we're going to continue to work together, but board president and superintendent have to be really close, and I've really enjoyed the year. So thank you so much, and we love you and appreciate you, and we're just so grateful to have you on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes, just Velma, thank you for your mentorship and your leadership and for all you've done for the district for the years and years. Really appreciate you as a board member, but I appreciate you as a friend more. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, Jerry.
Trustee Callahan?
I concur with everything being said here. You have Mama Lomax as a name for a reason. I can't tell you how many phone calls she has taken, President Almaraz, so be ready, from me. So thank you for your role, how you do with passion and devotion. You are a legacy, and you're still here for another year, right? So we're going to be doing this again. So you're amazing, and thank you so much for serving us during this very difficult year. So thank you.
You.
VP Rodriguez.
Well, first, I was just going to concur with what Ms. Callahan said. You might want to up your minutes on your phone plan. Because as president, you're going to get a lot of phone calls. But for Velma, she is one of those leaders who is all heart. And Velma is always one of those people. She's the first to step in to help. She's the first to serve. She is the last to leave. She is always that person who makes space for anyone in need, whether they're family or friends or a stranger on the street. I've always admired, Velma, that you have the biggest heart of anyone I know. And I refuse to acknowledge that you may be leaving our board at any time in the future. So, I think, here's to year number 29. There's a high bar out there. There are board members that have served for 30, 40. I think you can do it. No one can do it but you. But thank you, because, one of the things about being president is you don't necessarily have any more power, but you do carry a heavy burden, and you do really give up a lot from your personal life to serve in this capacity. And at a time in your life where things were very complicated, you served with absolute dedication. And so really grateful for that.
Thank you.
Here's to 29 plus more years on the board, Velma. Like I hate to think that this would be possibly your last year on the board. You've been an unbelievable mentor. On top of it, when you think about what you have done in that 29 years, you are the epitome of why we have this district as such a close family community. When it comes to your caring, it's not just about just the students, but obviously the students are a huge part to your heart, but it's also about the staff, and it's also about everyone that works at the district office, and to make sure that you're doing the best for everybody who it might not have the same opportunities. When you think about the phenomenal things you've done with CTE and robotics, I mean, it's the future, and you see the future. And for someone who's been on the board, some people would say, man, we need to change people out, bring in some new blood. But when you're kept up with the times and you're pushing for all the future jobs that we haven't even created yet, I mean, that's why we love having you on the board. So, hey, we got a lot of time to think about the next run, but we're all going to be right there because we want to see Mama Lobax in that seat when it comes to next December. All right. We love you.
Well, thank you all. And I'm it's easy to do the job we do when you love what you do. And I love the kids. I love the district. I love everything. I guess my mom said that I was a servant from the day I was born. And this is, if I had it to do over, I would do it exactly the same. And thank you, Roger, Brett, Rebecca, Marianne, and Antonio. I'm an Amazon junkie. So thank you. I just placed another order today. I think they have a truck just for me. But thank you very much. And, I asked them not to do this because that's just the way I am, but I really do appreciate everything. These flowers I'm going to take a picture and send it all to you because showing it on my screen doesn't do it justice. We have a big meeting tonight, so let's move on. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Velma. That moves us up to our next agenda item, which is 11C, selection of dates and times of regular scheduled 2022 Board of Education meetings, action requested. I think we're going to open up this for just a little bit of discussion because we just had really one date that I think we were going to be looking at in April. Trustee Dannenberg, do you have any comments on the schedule? You should all have received this in your packets.
No, I have no comments on it.
Trustee Callahan?
I have no comments. Sorry. Thank you.
Trustee Lomax?
I know we're probably going to have a lot of special board meetings, so I think we probably have everything covered. Thank you.
VP Rodriguez.
I'm not sure which one you are referring to. We do have a meeting on the Tuesday following a day where the district is closed on September 26th. Is that the meeting you were referring to, President Alvarez?
No, I was referring to the week of the Coast to Coast.
Oh, right.
That would be a conflict if we had 3 board members go for the federal advocacy trip, and looking at possibly moving that since it is something that CSBA hasn't done. And being my roles in legislative, I definitely would want to also be a part of that. So looking
I believe Superintendent Rice was planning on attending. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh. I was asking.
Actually, actually, allow me to interrupt for a second. I think that these conferences on the federal level are very, very valuable. I went to one early on in my career, and I think that we should maybe consider that, because maybe we would want more than just 3 board members to go.
Yes. So if you're looking at the calendar, so that would we have a board meeting on the 12th, and then we are asking for that board meeting to be on the 26th. So just recommendation from the rest of the board, and when we would want to possibly move that. I don't know if we'd be back on Thursday in time to move it to the Thursday of that same week. Because if we move it to the 19th, it would be back to back. And I believe Easter is that weekend prior to the 19th.
Mr. Ramos, do you have any guidance here about moving it to an alternating day of the week versus for a regularly scheduled board meeting?
This is where we set the regularly scheduled board meeting dates. Our board policy does say the 2nd and 4th, but this particular resolution will set the regular board meeting. So you can always just cancel this meeting and just hold a special meeting if it's needed. So there's no need to go ahead and actually reschedule it unless you want to. The only time that we would consider alternate or making another date is if there was something that needed to be done at a regularly scheduled board meeting. That usually happens in December, and which is the budget adoption, which we're going to do today, or so in April, I don't recall anything that requires any action to be done prior to April 12th. So any action that needs to be done at a regularly scheduled board meeting can happen on the 26th. All that to say, you just can not have the meeting on April 12th. And if a special meeting is required, you can set a special meeting.
So I guess we would need a motion on that to remove April 26th. Because the actual coast to coast is April 25th to the 27th.
So I move that we adopt the calendar of meetings as amended with the removal of April 26th.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
You're muted, Amy.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
And Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, that moves us to 11D, certification of school board representation for the County Committee on School District Organization. The governing board of each school district and each community college district shall annually select one of its members to represent them on the County Committee on School District Organization. The representative selected should have 1 vote for a member to be elected to this county committee. The board will take action to select a member to represent them on this committee. And Go ahead, Bill. Trustee Lomax.
I have a suggestion. I think right now, President Alvarez, that you are on that committee. But I have served on this committee before, and I don't mind taking that position over.
What exactly does the committee do?
It rarely meets, honest to goodness. It meets once a year. And I was on it for like 3 years before, and we actually, when a school district goes unified or they move a school to become part of another district, combined districts or things like that, that's when it takes place. And we did have action, I think, in the 28 years I've been on the school board, we've had action once. But we have to meet once a year just to meet the requirements. And we usually meet prior to the Ventura County School Board's BCSBA meetings for like 30 minutes, unless there's some action to be taken. But you do have to have a representative from every school board in the county on this committee.
Yeah, we just need a motion.
I move that Velma be on the committee.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Callahan,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Alvarez,
Yes.
and Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that moves us to 11E, board representation of board appointed committees. And you all should have had the updated board appointed committees from Ms. Dawn.
Board President Alvarez, I just would jump in to hopefully to move the conversation forward and sharing that it seemed like we had consensus. And Amy, you can jump in and help me on most of the committees, with the exception of DLAC, where we would need a representative, as well as hashing out the PAC, the Parent Advisory Committee, which 3 of you are interested in. So those 2 committees seemed to be the ones in need of attention. Amy, Ms. Dom, is that correct?
Yes, those are the 2 that we need to figure out.
Thank you.
I'm happy to remove myself from the PAC list, and I'm also happy to serve on the DLAC if there is no one else who is more interested in that.
And I would like to suggest, I think, Dr. Dannenberg, didn't you express an interest in being on the PAC?
Yes, and I think that's why it created the conflict.
So if Sabrina's removing herself, I would like to suggest that you be on the PAC.
The other thing I'd still like to see is I'd like to see all the committees set up so it's a rotation. So we're all getting a chance to be on all committees at some point in time.
Idea.
Great idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to be the DLAC alternate, please.
I do have a question. I believe I was on the Budget Information Advisory Committee maybe 2 years ago. And there were 2 of us, and I noticed on this list now there's 1 person. So I didn't know, unless I'm reading it wrong. I didn't know if that was intentional. I'm not suggesting that I need to be that second person, but it is an important committee, and I would encourage us to have more than 1 board member present.
Amy right now is currently the alternate for that. But
Right.
you're saying 2 should be on that at the same time.
I don't know if 2 people are interested in it. I mean, maybe if no one's interested in it, that's one thing, but I do think it's an important committee. It would be nice to have more representation.
And I'm an alternate, but we definitely both try to attend. So with that being said, are we going in order? Trustee President Alvarez?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so about the PAC, I would like to remain on PAC. I only have 3 committees, and I'm an alternate on the Budget Information Advisory Committee. And I think it's okay to have more than 1 on this particular committee. I represent a parent and I know that Sabrina, Trustee Rodriguez, is the longest standing PAC representative, but I too have been on for a very long time. And so I guess I would ask if I'm not being added or included as the governing board representation, then I would like to go through the process and even ask one of my child's schools to attend as a parent. Of course, I will always have my board trustee hat on, but I definitely, this is an area that I do not want to yield.
But I think what Trustee Rodriguez was saying that she was going to be stepping down from being on the PAC, so that would still hold your seat, and Trustee Dannenberg's also seat.
Yeah, and I had asked Dr. Rice, and he was comfortable having 2 board members serve on this committee. So, so it can be you and Dr. Dannenberg, and you know, if ever you're in a pinch and neither one of you can come, I'm happy to fill in, but I don't need to even be an alternate. I'm okay.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
I might still attend the first one just to say that I'm still the longest standing PAC member.
Well, if it happened this year, I wasn't able to make the first 2, so that may all work out.
So Ms. Dom, did you get all those changes?
Yes, I did, President Almaraz. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
I think I'm muted. Hang on.
No, you're good.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it right now. So hang on just a second. I had to get over to that screen. Who is the other? Oh, we took you. Never mind. We already took care of it. I was thinking about the VCRA, but we took that off. You're the alternate and I'm the main one now. So, and I was just sworn in at the last meeting. So that's perfect. I didn't realize that that was done. I think it looks good to me. And of course, keep in mind that any board member can technically attend. If your alternate can't go, reach out to the rest of us because somebody else can attend these meetings just so we have representation.
And the only one I didn't see that was still on the bottom was the bond committee.
I think that the board, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, I think the board has to appoint that separately from a board appointed committee at this time. So the minute that we approve going forward with the bond, we appoint an ad hoc committee.
You're correct, Ms. Lomax.
And then I had a question about the Community Leadership Committee. I believe that was the committee that we formed when we were doing the general plan. Is that correct, Dr. Rice? That when we did the general plan update with the vision of going for a bond, that was the committee of community members that was formed.
Right, for the long range facility master plan.
Thank you. Yeah. Are we still envisioning using that committee in some capacity?
I would suggest, thank you for the question. I would suggest to the board that we do consider reconvening that group for the purpose of reviewing the long range facility master plan, just in case there are any additions, revisions, or deletions. We have done quite a bit of work by way of new construction, remodeling at several of our schools, addition of HVAC, budgeting for addition of HVAC. So it seems like we should review that if we indeed decide to go out for a bond.
Great, thank you for that. So we will entertain a motion to accept the board appointed positions. Sorry, board appointed committees.
So moved.
Can I
hold on one second?
Okay. My fault. I'm looking at the agenda and it is listed under an action item clearly, but there's no roll call vote underneath it. So I just wanted to make sure that we we'll do that. Okay. Go ahead. We'll just write it in.
I heard Amy moved it. Did anyone second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Almaraz?
Yes.
And Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And also, I think our order has changed now in the way that our votes will be collected. So I think Trustee Lomax will be the first, Trustee Dannenberg second, Trustee Callahan third, VP Rodriguez fourth, and then myself last. just for future reference.
Thank you.
We're going to go to 11F, certification of signatures. This is just changing. Obviously, you received earlier documentation on the change of signatures and updating our signatures. So we'll look for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that brings us to number 12, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez, and congratulations for everybody on their election to officership and also membership on committees. Appreciate all your help getting ourselves organized for the coming year. I do have just a little bit of a report before I move into the good news, and there's lots of it, thankfully. I want to share with the board how much I appreciated the opportunity today to visit several of our sites with Dr. Cesar Morales, who is the County Superintendent of Schools. I also want to thank the principals and teachers at those schools. We started off our day out at J. Sarah School, where Ms. Geib led us through the morning stretches and would not allow even the two superintendents to get away without doing their stretches. We were marshaled into the activity very quickly, and it was extremely enjoyable. And we know that Principal Senesac runs a great school. We enjoyed visiting all the classrooms that we visited. We then made our way over to Lemon Grove School and visited several classrooms with Principal Martinez leading the way. We especially enjoyed visiting the Innovation Lab, which is part of our new K-8 school over there, and visiting with Darcy Duffy, who is leading her class through a biotech lab, which was really exciting for us all to see. We then moseyed on over to Will Rogers, where we saw several TWI classes in action. It was really great to see our teachers addressing their classes entirely in Spanish, and to seeing kids just following right along with some of the total physical response types of strategies. It was really, really rewarding to see. And as was their focus on mindfulness. They had kids coming back from recess and going through breathing exercises and just activities designed to re-regulate their emotions and get ready to learn. It was really great to see. And Principal Perez led us on the tour, and it was a really wonderful time. Also, then we moved over to Cabrillo, where we toured the school with Principal Dawes. I have to say, one of my favorite activities was walking into the office and being surprised by an impromptu concert led by Mr. Bacali, whose strings and sax quartets both performed 2 numbers each. And it was just extremely enjoyable. And then we went over and visited my friend Santana in the VI classroom in Mr. Berry's class. I think I shared with you last time I visited them. He had taught me how to do some Braille. And this time he showed us how Mr. Berry helped student Santana show us how to access the computer through the visual command menus. And actually he stored, thank you for coming to our school document in my Google Drive. Without ever being able to see the screen. It was really impressive. And then we visited the DHH classroom with Ms. Ball, who had her students introduce ourselves. It was great. And then we finished our morning out at EP Foster, where we had a chance to witness the students doing an engineering activity where their task was to take certain materials and build the highest platform they could. Principal Escobedo Garcia really is doing a great job out there, and his team was super excited to have us talk with the teachers, and we had a chance to visit with lots of students who were sharing with us what their plans were for break, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful morning. I want to thank everybody for giving me that experience, and thank Superintendent Morales for spending so much time with us. I also, at this time, am super excited to introduce Miss Ann Campbell, who's going to piggyback on my superintendent's report tonight. If you recall, she is our board representative to the Personnel Commission, and she's graciously agreed to give you regular reports whenever it seems appropriate. And Ann, thank you so much for being with us this evening to give our board a little update on the Personnel Commission happenings.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rice, for inviting me and giving me some of your time. I appreciate it. Staffing continues to be an issue. As you know, classified personnel is continuing to advertise and fill positions slowly. They have staged pop-ups at different school sites, handing out flyers to parents as they come to pick up their children. And they also had a presence at the School of Choice open house event at Buena High School. They also will be giving a joint job fair with certificated personnel at the end of January. So hopefully this will help fill vacancies and create a pool for substitutes and future hires. And if anybody out there who's watching from home is interested in a part-time job, go to venturausd.org. Part-time, full-time, teaching, non-teaching jobs are available. There's all kinds of, and I have to say, I worked in this district over 24 years, and I just loved working there. Obviously, I'm still with the district, and I would like to see people give it a chance. It's a great place to work, and there's a lot of great people here. And I have to give, while I have a mic, 2 shout outs. But Velma, you're the bomb. And number 2, Ryan Boland from Buena, my old coworker, congratulations on a great season. And I would like to, in closing, wish Dr. Rice and the board and everyone watching a very safe and happy holiday season. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'll see you in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. We really appreciate the time you take to come and give us these regular updates. I know the board is very appreciative.
Thank you.
We're moving through some good news now, and I told you there's lots of it. Let's start by introducing to the community and to the board formally our new Director of Student Support Services, Ms. Maria Elaciraras. She is with us this evening, and she's been with Ventura Unified School District for just about 26 years. She started her career with VUSD in 1995 as a bilingual paraeducator at Montalvo Elementary School. In 1998, she became a bilingual teacher and taught at Montalvo and then Will Rogers. She then went on to be a reading safety net teacher at Anacapa Middle School and then a learning director at Sheridan Way Elementary School. In 2010, she became the principal at Sheridan Way and has become an instrumental part of developing a strong multilingual and multicultural educational opportunity for the students at Sheridan Way. Ms. Elaciraras received her BCLAD multiple subject teaching credential, administrative services credential, Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Arts, and Master of Arts in Educational Administration, all from California State University at Northridge. Maria, welcome to your new role. We're super excited to have you. And I think at this time, if you would like to say a few words, and I know the board would like to welcome you. So Maria, congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm excited and look forward to starting my new position as Director of Student Support Services. I want to express my gratitude to the board for the opportunity and confidence in my abilities. I would also like to thank the Sheridan Way families for trusting me with the education and safety of their children for more than a decade. And to the Sheridan Way staff, you know how I feel about you. You are exceptional. You are consummate professionals, and I'm going to miss working directly with them every day. But I cannot wait to see the amazing things that they will continue to do for the students at Sheridan Way. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Dr. Dannenberg? Oh, the order, sorry. Trustee Lomax. I'll get it.
You'll get used to it. We're just really excited for you in this new position, and we thank you for everything you've done so far. And we're looking forward to great things. And just know that we're all here to support you, and let us know if there's anything we can do.
No, Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes. Congratulations, Maria. I've known Maria a long time. In fact, I signed her first teaching contract many years ago. So very proud of you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg.
Trustee Callahan?
Too, I just share thank you so much for your willingness to lead for a decade, not only at Sheridan Way, but to continue to grow the district and the reach that you will see for all of our students and families. We are really excited to have you, and congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
VP Rodriguez.
Yes, congratulations. We're so excited about this. And I think one of the things that really helped me know that you were the right person for this is just seeing you interact with the families at Sheridan Way and the mutual respect and admiration that they have for you and the way that you support them and connect with them, I think is going to serve you well in this new role. Because with student support services, as you know, you're often dealing with students and families at a very difficult time, and your compassion and your ability to connect is really going to be important. So thank you for your willingness to lead in this new way. And we look forward to seeing what you do.
Thank you.
And I'm so excited, Maria, to see you in this new role. I've seen not only the family interaction, but how you connect with your students every day at different events there at the site. So, I know it's a heavy heart for you to walk away, but it'll be in good hands, and you'll be doing tremendous work for the entire district, which is really, really exciting. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Rice?
Yep. Congratulations again, Maria. We're very happy to have you in your new role. Also,
oh, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. Could we know who's with you? Because I see your family.
Oh, yes. I have some of my family members, not all of them. My mom, my dad, my nephew. I have 3 of my nephews here: Angel, Daniel, and Eric. I have my niece Sophia, and my brother-in-law, and my sister Jessica.
Thank you for that, Trustee Rodriguez. I appreciate you reminding me. I did see them hanging out back there, and I meant to ask, and I just was right down the road. So thank you for doing that. Welcome, family. We're happy to have you as part of the VUSD family. Thanks for being with us this evening. And speaking of being with us this evening, I'm really excited to welcome Coach Ryan Boland and the members of this year's CIF finalist Buena football team to the meeting tonight. We want to take a moment to congratulate you on an amazing season. This was the first time the Buena football team made it to the CIF championship game, and the team worked so hard and fought so well all season long to get where you were this year, and we're so proud of you. Let me just share with you a few of the accomplishments of the team this year individually. You know how they did as a team, but we have Colin Gunther, who was named All-Pac-View League Receiver of the Year, LJ Chandler, who was Offensive Lineman of the Year, Manny Mendez, Defensive Back of the Year, Freddie Martinez and Brandon Rice, First Team All-League Receivers, Carson Russell, First Team All-League Linebacker, Zane Carter, Offensive Player of the Year, Jake Murphy, Overall Player of the Year, and Buenas High School coaches were named the Coaching Staff of the Year on the All Ventura County coaches team. I'm out of breath singing all of those praises, Coach. And I know that the board would like to say a few words, but before they do, I want to recognize a few people before I turn it over to Coach Boland. I want to say how much I appreciate Principal Asplin. I know you're here with us this evening. I've seen you at the games. You're out there cheering just as loud as anybody, and we're so excited to watch your team compete. And also with us this evening, we have Athletic Director Sean Stropel, who has been an amazing leader in athletics and in just the professionalism and the stature of the school. Sean, your work is first class. I've enjoyed working with you. I've enjoyed standing around the sidelines, rooting your team on. And I know there's a lot more good things coming. And Ryan, before I turn it over to the board, I want to say to you, congratulations. You've had a great year. I saw your team compete several times this year. And more than just the winning was the way that you played. Your team comported themselves with sportsmanship and tenacity and just first-class competition all the time. Like, I never saw your team lose composure. I remember at the Ventura game when you fell behind at the last minute, and I think people were wondering, oh no, is the doubt going to creep in? Are they going to give up and go, here we go again, Ventura? And I was just not feeling it. I felt like, no, they're going to come back, and you did. Your team marched down with that clock running out and pulled themselves together and got back in the lead and ended up winning the game. And that's the kind of character your team has, and that's the kind of character your coaching staff has. So thank you for everything you've done to bring honor to not just Buena High School, but also to the district. And with that, I see a lot of smiling young faces with you tonight. Can you introduce who you have with us this evening, your players? And then I'm going to turn it over to the board to say a few words of congratulations. So Ryan, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything you said. We had a great group of kids. I'm fortunate to have a really awesome coaching staff. It was really nice to be recognized by our peers in the county for the work that we did, but it is definitely thanks to the athletes that we have. So the kids that we have here with us today, we have Zane Carter, who you mentioned is our quarterback. He's waved. Colin Gunther, receiver and corner. Camden Walker, receiver, running back, safety, kind of plays a lot of different spots for us. Jake Murphy is also here, plays running back for us. And then also having some camera issues, but Freddie Martinez is also joining us as well, tight end and outside linebacker safety for us. So again, we're very fortunate to have a lot of great kids in our program. And it makes it easy and really fun to coach kids that work really hard, want to do a great job, come from great families, have great support systems in their communities as well. So glad to have them, and it's had a lot of success this year. It was a lot of fun.
Well, thank you and congratulations to all of you. Board President Alvarez, it's all yours.
And we'll start off with Trustee Lomax.
I just want to congratulate all the students. It was a fantastic season, and the only bad thing is that when I couldn't go to the final game at Buena for personal reasons. My husband's ill, and I don't go out in big crowds yet. So I was watching. I paid to live stream it, but it was behind, and people were texting me, and I would know what was going to happen before it happened when I saw it. But it's just kind of a funny technical issue. But it was a great game, and you guys were all professional, and you should be very proud of yourself, even though it didn't work out the way that we had hoped it would. You had a fabulous season. You've maintained your professionalism and your sportsmanship, and I just think you all should give yourself a big pat on the back because you had a great season.
Trustee Danenberg?
Yeah, I agree. It was a fantastic season. I was able to enjoy several of the games and really enjoyed watching you young men play. You did a great job. Heartbreaking at the very end of that last game, but other than that, you should have nothing to be ashamed of. You guys did a great job. So thank you for representing us well.
Trustee Callahan?
I just say, as a former Bulldog alumni, congratulations. This is awesome, but know importantly that you represent Ventura and you did it with such grace and with such sportsmanship. And that definitely comes. Thank you, Dr. Rice, for sharing his athletic director Stropel and his good work, as well as our head coach, Coach Boland. But congratulations to you all. And I know, Jake, your mom is very, very proud, and your dad. I went to school with them 10,000 years ago, and same with you, Colin Gunther. So congratulations, and thank you for making us continue to be proud of you.
VP Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm really proud of what you did on the field, but also proud of what you did off the field. I know many of you would go to Poinsettia and read to your little buddies and on Fridays, and the impact you have as role models for those younger kids, seeing you as these cool high school kids who are out there performing and doing all these special things, but make time to reinforce that love of reading and how important it is to be involved in school is a great thing. And it's that tenacity on the field, but also that heart off the field that's going to take you really far in life. So thanks for all your hard work. And as my colleagues have said, we're really proud of you.
Yes, and that's one of the best things I love to see is the work you guys do with your little buddies out there. Colin, I think you played only 2 years of football, a little bit over 2 years before being on the high school team, so that's phenomenal. Jacob, also know your parents too. I'm a forever Bulldog alumni. I think Amy said former because she's off with their daughter's school now, cheering them on, and forgot about the. No, I'm just joking, Amy. But I think the funniest moment of the whole championship football game was Dr. Rice almost running on the field, yelling about a holding call. And I mean, I thought he was going to end up at the half 50-yard line. So what I just wanted to ask really quick is just real quick, players, tell me what about your favorite moment all season. What was it? Zane, we'll start with you.
I would have to say my favorite moment was being Ventura.
Colin?
Yeah, I'd definitely say having the ability to say we were the first team to beat Ventura in 11 years. I'd definitely say beating Ventura.
Camden, sorry.
I'd probably say coming back in Silverado to make it to the CIF championship.
Jacob?
Definitely Ventura for me.
And Freddie?
So I can, but it's going to have to be Ventura, beating Ventura.
And one last one from Coach.
Man, that's hard. If I have to pick one, then I would probably say, oh man, it's tough. There's a lot of great moments with these kids. I think that my reaction, and it's because I have a memory of watching it on film, seeing myself on the sideline, is I think the final play of the Santa Ynez game was pretty spectacular. I think that was where our team really turned a corner. From getting to be good and learning how to win to being winners on the field and really knowing what that felt like, being a really quality Santa Ynez team, putting us on the path to future success. So I think that game was big for us.
Thank you, Coach. And players, just keep representing us well, all right, and finish off the school year and your final years strong, all right? Really appreciate you guys. Dr. Rice, turning it back over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations to our entire Buena contingency here. Moving on with a lot of good news, I'm going to jump right to it. I want to recognize this year's 2021 Awesome in Autism Award recipient, Allison McKay, music teacher at Data Middle School. We're so proud of you, Allison. We had a chance to honor her at a staff meeting a while back out at Data. And hear about some of the great work that she does both in the organization and at the school. And I didn't want to leave tonight without recognizing her for that honor. In career technical education, I want to share with you that VUSD recently received a 2021-2022 Strong Workforce Grant in the amount of $843,000 to fund organic agriculture from farm to table to the world. And that grant is going to fund a lot of the work that's happening out at the brand new Salidas Ranch, but also to bring K-8 students to participate in robust and authentic learning experiences on the farm and to make major upgrades at the farm lab at Ventura High School as well. So we're very happy about that. And then a big shout out to Dr. Rickard and Mr. Bova and the students at Data and Foothill Tech for their work on Saturday at the Winter Festival downtown. I spent the better part of the afternoon and evening with them, and it was just such a joy to see the kids selling their handmade and their machine-made products to the community, and seeing the community come over and talk to the kids and really valuing the work that they did, walking into the stores and talking to the shop owners who were really pleased to have the kids' work on display. It was just a wonderful afternoon and evening, and I want to thank all the students who participated and Dr. Rickard and Mr. Bova for doing that. Moving on to robotics, I want to tell you something a little bit about the Atlas Elementary robotics team. We want to send our big congratulations out to that team. They participated in their first ever Lego League robotics event on Sunday. The Atlas second and fourth grade students answered questions via Zoom to discuss their team model, their team poster, and core values, and won an award entitled Against All Odds. So way to go, Atlas, a great entree into the robotics world. We're really proud of you. And then for the famous now, they're becoming famous for the quality of the Rusty Sailors at Cabrillo. The Rusty Sailors team, which is made up of 6th to 8th grade students, competed in the California Southern First Lego League statewide competition this weekend, and they won both an invitation to the Global Innovation Awards for their invention. Big round of applause on that. That's a huge deal. And hopefully they might actually get to go this time. We'll see how the travel restrictions are. But last time they qualified and were not able to attend. But the team came up with a way to solve real world problems of our city's homeless populations trying to transport goods from local organizations such as Food Share on their bikes. In addition, they won first place for the Core Values work. The Core Values Award recognizes this team's ability to work together and support one another as a team, always putting the needs of the team above the wants of any individual, their outstanding ability to help and support other teams during the competition, and most importantly, the fun the team has working together during the competition. So great job, Rusty Sailors. Big round of applause for them. Really appreciate the great work going on there. Update on Cheers for Children. This is good news. We received...
Dr. Rice, sorry to interrupt you. I think Trustee Lomax had her hand up.
Absolutely.
I apologize. I just want to, for everyone that's listening, to let you know about this Global Innovation Award for the Rusty Sailors. These are middle schoolers that ultimately, if they win the final round, get to pitch their product to the people from the U.S. Patent Office. And they're doing it with other teams from all around the world. When the Rusty Sailors went years ago, they were there with teams from Turkey and Israel and all over the place. It was amazing. But just imagine middle schoolers. If you ever get a chance to see it, it will just bring tears to your eyes because these kids are so amazing. And what a better age to have these kids do this so that they know that they can do stuff like that. So when they go on into high school, they're already so proud of themselves. But they're in the next round, and this boiled down to 200 teams, and then it'll boil down to 20 teams. So let's keep our fingers crossed for them. But what they're doing so far is amazing. I just want to let you know how big of a deal it is. And if they ultimately win, their team gets $20,000 to help get their product marketed. And then 2 other teams get $10,000 and $5,000 to get their product marketed.
I hear we might have a mom on the call this evening who knows a little something about this. Would she like to speak up and add her 2 cents?
As that mom, I am very proud of this team, and I am so thankful for their coaches, JD Sessa and Lori Louder. Honestly, I have seen huge growth and improvement, not just in my own daughter in her ability to public speak, to code their robot on the back end, but she was also instrumental in their invention creation, as well as led their core values team to this award. So for me, I'm going to start crying. Velma's right. You start crying in these things because these kids really have shown so much resilience in the past year. And honestly, for the ones that are in these robotics teams, that really kept them going and kept them engaged. And I just couldn't be more thankful to VUSD for supporting it, to Renee Rickard and the CTE team for ensuring that our kids have access to these types of things, and to our Board of Education for supporting it. So as a parent, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to Velma, who is like the super cheerleader of CTE and robotics, we couldn't do it without you.
Thank you, Marianne. I thought you might like a few minutes to brag on the team. I know how passionate you are about supporting them, and we really appreciate that. I was about to give an update on Cheers for Children, where we have received 425 referrals from VUSD families that would like to take advantage of the generosity of our community, and each family will receive a $50 Target gift card to purchase food or other items. With our help of the community, we so far have raised $14,868. And a big shout out to the top 4 fundraising schools. In 4th place, Vase with $750. Will Rogers in 3rd with $1,329. Ventura High with $1,558 in 2nd. And leading the way is the Cabrillo Middle School folks with $2,603. Thank you, everybody, for all of your good work for such a worthy cause. I also want to give a big shout out to our 3 Poinsettia Awards recipients. Had a chance to make these award presentations this past week to our primary grades or elementary school grade student of the year, Valeria Valdez from Portola, secondary student of the year, Zoe Balanca from Foothill Tech, and teacher of the year, Julie Christ from Atlas. So I really enjoyed presenting those awards and attending a wonderful reception hosted by the Chamber of Commerce afterwards. And then finally, I told you there was a lot of good news. I'm so proud of this district, but there's a lot of great stuff happening, and I just wanted to make sure I got it all out there. I had a chance to attend a pre-engineering program that is a big deal here in the county. It's sponsored by the Naval Commands out of the Naval Base Ventura County down in Port Hueneme, and the awards ceremony was held at the port. It was a very small room, so it wasn't like we had a lot of room to invite everybody. It was kind of an intimate environment, so only principals and parents and the presenters were there. But I want to congratulate the 12 graduates of the program, in which they get to spend real-world time solving real-world problems with mentors and engineers working out at the base. And from Buena High School, I want to congratulate Bryce Taylor, Ethan Trone, and Tyler Port. From El Camino, Irene Kim, Daniel Lancet, and Azure Willard. From Foothill Tech, Nathaniel Garcia, Nick Cavale, and Kyle Masmella. And from Ventura High School, Lucy Edwards Tennyson, Joseph Ronkovitz, and Veronica Morris. Congratulations to all of our graduates of the pre-engineering program. It was a really wonderful occasion, and I'm really proud of you all. With that, Board President Alvarez, I'm going to take a deep breath and maybe a drink of water and turn it back to you. We actually have our student board members ready to report. So,
yes, take some water, and I will take over for the student board reports. Ella Haas from BHS will start us off.
Hi, everybody. It's been a while since I've had to share a screen because of Zoom school, so let me figure this out really fast.
And BHS, home of the Bulldogs, just so everyone knows.
I want to share this. Sorry, I haven't done this in a while. This one. Sure. All right, can somebody tell me if they can see my screen?
Perfect.
All right, sounds good. So, hi everybody, I'm Ella, ASB president for Buena, and this is what our school's been up to lately. So, as we've noticed, we did have our fantastic football championship game a couple weeks ago, and I just want to say that we were so proud of our Bulldogs, and all of us were so happy to cheer them on, not only through the whole season, but especially that night. We, as ASB students, brought all of the football players and coaches candies with little notes to tell them how proud of them we were after the game. And this has been the second time that Buena has ever made it to the CIF championship game in our 60 years. And we really just wanted to recognize how special that was, not only for them, but for all of us to experience. Here are some of our past events that we've been working on, or that we have had happen. We had a Halloween movie night right before fall break. It was one of our first events that we had brought back from pre-COVID. I know it was one of my favorites. I have a lot of favorite events, but it was one of my favorite things that we brought back that we did pre-COVID. It was a great success. We ended up raising money when we thought we were barely going to break even, which was great news for us. And we were planning to do one after break around Valentine's Day as another, hopefully, way to raise money. We also had I know I said it was my favorite already, but probably my favorite event, food fair. which is another very popular pre-COVID activity that we were so happy to see come back. We had a total of 15 clubs and committees participate. And I have to say, there were lots of smiles and full tummies that day, and we were all so thankful for that. So basically, now that football and fall sports seasons are over, we're happy to see that our winter sports are kicking off a great season. We're excited to see all the skills and adventures and opportunities that they're going to go on this season. Our Spirit and Athletics Committee and ASB has been working really hard on posters for all of these sports to show how proud and excited we are to support them. And our girls soccer team actually had a game tonight. I don't actually know how it went, but hopefully we came out with a win. We did also have our first assembly of the year. In November, we had a speaker named T Street come and present her drive your own car presentation, which was basically giving our students the meaning of putting your own seatbelt on and driving your own car, which is basically her telling us that we need to be in charge of our own lives and be making the decisions that we feel are best for us, which I think was a really great message for her to come out and tell us, us young impressionable teenagers, that, you know what, it's our life, we need to be driving our own car. So that was a great thing to see happen. We were happy to even have this opportunity in the first place because we haven't had an assembly in so long. We were happy to see and have the opportunity to do one outside. Last week we had our wonderful winter week. Our days consisted of PJ Day, Ugly Sweater Day, White Lie Day, Cali Snow Day, and Student Teacher Swap Day, which you can see a few pictures of our student teacher swap. We also had a few activities during lunch and bark, which you can also see in the bottom left picture. We had a snowball fight, which was basically dodgeball between the students and the teachers on Friday. Right now, we are hosting a wellness week through our amazing wellness center, which helps promote the wellness and mental health of our students before they go on break. And so far, we've had a positive affirmation activity at lunch yesterday. And today we had not only a yoga session, but a tea party during bark, sorry. And our upcoming events we have after break are our New Year's Bash on January 7th, which is our new dance that we're implementing this year, which we're really excited to see how that turns out. We have our Winter Sports Rally on January 21st to tell them how proud and happy we are that they are participating this year on January 21st. And we have our Senior Ball on February 12th. And I think that's all we have for tonight.
Great job, Ella.
Thank you.
And next we will have VHS. And
I believe that's Mateo Navarro.
Hey, you guys.
How you doing, Mateo? Take
Hey,
it away.
All right, let's jump right into it. Okay, I'm Mateo. I'm the vice president of Ventura High School's ASB, and let's just go straight into it. So first thing, we had a cardboard boat race, super exciting. An event where students had 4 periods to create a boat. Basically, we raced it across without falling apart across our pool. Super fun. Personally, I'm in my own boat with 3 of my friends, Lulu, Inman, and Lilia. And basically, it's a super unique event to our school. No other schools do it. And just a chance to it was our first session of camaraderie basically with our school. We had a huge turnout. We had 200, 300 kids. And I thought it was really great. And just to clarify, this whole event is not about racing to the end and back. It's basically to see whose cardboard boat is going to last the longest because they all fall apart. But yeah, so that was really, really good. We had 14 teams participate in the event, and it was held in the pool during lunch. And a great turnout, super fun, great start to the year. Next, we had our food fair. We had over 25 clubs participate. It was, again, an awesome turnout. I think it's just because our post-COVID, just people want to get back into the spirit of the school. We had Key Club, we had NHS. I ran my own Latino Rights Club. We sold pan dulce and horchata. Super fun. We club set up tables and had fun food to sell to students on the senior lawn. We sold ramen, burgers. ASB sold a bunch of burgers, a bunch of toppings and stuff. And it's basically students would buy tickets, and those tickets would go to into the food. And yeah, and basically since it was the first food fair that we've had since pre-COVID, it's a lot of the underclassmen didn't know about it too much. So we're expecting a huge turnout for spring because they're getting the gist of it, and we're super excited for our next food fair. Let's jump straight into this. I'm super excited about this. Our CIF bound sports, I feel like we did really good this year. Jumping to football, our varsity football team made it to the semifinal round of CIF Division IX playoffs. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big football fan, but it sounds impressive. What I know more is our cross country team, which made it to the state CIF meet, which is spectacular. We haven't done it for a couple of years. We stay consistently good, but we had a lot of underclassmen kids who were just crushing amazing PRs this year and super impressive. One 9th grade standout that we have to mention that you guys have probably heard about is Sadie Englehart. I think she's the world record holder for her age group, and she made it to East Bay Nationals meet for cross country. She made it 15th. She made 15th overall. So super good for our CIF bound sports. And let's move on. So next we have our School of Choice night. This was basically just a showcase of our school. To sneak peek into what VHS is all about to the 8th grade parents and kids who are coming this year. Showcase our CTE pathways and departments such as English, language, our math. We had a great barbecue dinner for all the families. I don't know what company it was, but oh my gosh, I had an amazing tri-tip sandwich and it was to die for. We had a silent DJ. And if you guys don't know what a silent DJ is, basically they hand out headphones and you put on the headphones and it plays music that's connected to a DJ station that's there, and everyone's listening to the same music, and you turn it off, it's silent. It's so awkward without the headphones, but you put those on and you're a different person. So that was really great, and we had a good turnout for that too. Okay, so next we have our winter sports. We have boys basketball, or this is what's going on right now. Boys basketball, girls soccer, and boys soccer, boys and girls wrestling, and girls water polo. Girls and boys soccer is in their preseason right now. I'm pretty sure boys basketball and girls basketball are in right now. And so if you get the chance, please come by a game. We have a lot of home games. We have a lot of away games. Stop by. It's good stuff. It's entertaining. So I'm really excited to talk about this because I was part of this panel that was up to talk about a Cougar Student Forum, which is, Mrs. Larson told me this. We haven't done this in 22 years, which I think is the amount of years she's been there. Basically just this chance for students to address issues that they think are really relevant to the school at the time, and just share their emotions and their feelings about certain topics. So our focus is on tardiness for this Cougar Student Forum. We do it monthly. Over 50 students participate in their period 2 classes. So basically there's 2 candidates in each class that go and represent for their classroom. And good turnout. It was the first meeting we've ever had. So there were, you have issues every now and then, but it was a great chance to start getting the ball rolling onto a good student-teacher connection. And it even created a new student forum society that I'm leading with a couple of other people to make a student forum that's ran by students for students, and just trying to get that connection that every school needs for their a positive school environment. All right, this was fun too. I got to check it out on Friday. It was our VUSD Share the Joy concert, 13th annual holiday celebration. It was basically, it was a choir just bonanza. There was so many kids on the stage, and it was awesome. It was K-8 or K-12, included all district elementary, middle school, and high school show choirs, led by Heidi House. She's amazing, and she's awesome, always on it. And yeah, it was just a chance to enjoy the holidays. We got to hear a lot of good voices up on the stage, a couple of solos or duos by a couple of high school kids, and a lot of just such cute little elementary school kids singing. And it was awesome and got my spirits pumped. Let's move on to our Winter Spirit Week, which is going on right now. Super fun. We're having Winter Spirit Week in honor of winter break and just starting the holidays. And we're having a good turnout. Yesterday we did Cozy Up for the Holidays, which is basically just a PJ Day, but everyone loves PJ Day. It's a classic. Tuesday we had Candy Cane Lane. It was basically everyone wore red and white, and we handed out candy canes to the students. Wednesday we were having Anything But Santa's Bag Day. This is awesome. I'm gonna bring a Trader Joe's shopping cart because I work at Trader Joe's. It's basically like you go to school with your school books, but you can't put your school books in a backpack. It has to be some other container. It could be literally anything, but any other container. And it's going to be crazy. It's going to be awesome. Thursday, we have Baby It's Cold Outside. It's basically a winter wear kind of week. It's like wear heavy clothes, wear a good beanie, wear good mittens. Perfect, because it's going to probably be like 50 degrees. I don't know. These winds were killing me, so I'm excited for that day. Friday, we're having Ugly Sweater Day. And just goes without saying, everyone's dressed in ugly sweaters. We're having a rally for that day too. And in that rally, we're going to have a fun little contest for Ugly Sweater Day to see who has the ugliest sweater. And I will be contending, just FYI. And I'm super excited about this too. This is run by my club, the Latino Reds Club. We're doing a winter movie night under the stars. It's taking place on Friday, December 17th at 7 p.m. To celebrate Latino heritage, community, and the holidays. We're going to be playing McFarland USA. It's a great Disney movie about a cross-country team up north in California. We're also selling homemade tamales, horchata, Mexican hot chocolate, and more. I'm currently in the process of making those tamales. It's a bigger project than I thought it'd be. A lot of masa. But great thing coming up just this Friday. And then we have our senior ball that's coming next month in January. It's Frozen in Time is going to be the theme. It's just sticking with the winter theme. Contracts are right now in the student store in ASB, and we're selling tickets through January 5th. It's taking place in Spanish Hills, and we just saw photos of Spanish Hills in ASB recently, and the place is beautiful. It's beautiful. And so that's what's going on. We're having couples and singles tickets and having sales rolling in right now. We're having only 300 kids total. That's what can fit into Spanish Hills. Yeah, super fun. Excited for our first big formal dance back. Art gifts. This is what's going on immediately. We are doing a little project that we do every year. Teachers are invited to get an ARC ornament and have a class gift. If you don't know what the ARC Foundation is, it's a beautiful foundation. It's for the intellectually disabled. They foster these people that range from all kinds of ages, and it's awesome. You sponsor a person, you're like their little secret Santa, and you get a gift depending on what they want on their ornament. We had a great turnout. We're getting in all of our presents right now, as you can see. This was actually today. And we're turning them all in Thursday, and I'm excited because I'm going to be driving to go drop off those presents. And oh my God, it's the cutest thing to see all these kids. I mean, not kids, all these adults and kids combined, just smiling and God, festive spirit. So delivering Thursday. And lastly, we have our VHS upcoming events. I'll start off. We have our jazz concert. It's December 20th, winter break. December 20th to December 31st. We're having a faculty improv show January 7th. Senior ball is January 15th, and semester finals is looming January 26th till January 28th. That's what we got. That's what we got going on. And thank you. I hope you guys have a happy holiday new year, and thank you, board, for letting me present.
Thank you, Mateo. And three things. The Buster's Barbecue was who gave the free food at the event. Phenomenal food if you haven't tried it before. Second, my son Will's also in ASB, and he couldn't stop talking about the ARC Foundation and what you guys were doing in class. He was super excited about that.
I love your son Will so much.
And three, make sure you talk to your management about taking their carts off of property. I don't want anyone to get in trouble for bringing anything with Santa's bag. I know the manager there at Trader Joe's, and he's a tough cookie.
Alfonso. Yes, I'm gonna text Alfonso right now because that's definitely something I need to clear up.
Thank you, Mateo.
Of course. Thank you so much.
And that brings us to our VACE board member, our student board member, Nina Segura.
Yes.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Let me get in here, share the sound.
I love your headband.
Thank you. Christmas is my favorite time of year. Okay. I don't know why I always have issues with this, but it's okay. We'll get through this. Where did it go?
If you go to slideshow at the top, the very
Not
top.
there. Oh, wait.
You might not be able to see
It says new share.
Oh, no, you're sharing. We can see your slideshow presentation. You're good.
Oh, okay. I can't. But it's supposed to be full page here. I can't get on it. Let's see. Nope.
Nina, can you see the red border at the top? I think slideshows on that. And if you click on that.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. So I'm Nina Segura, and I am taking the front office medical assistant class. And this is the good news that we are having this year. So yes, we did it again. Ventura Adult and Continuing Education is proud to be voted the winner of the 2021 Reader's Choice Award for Education Best Learning Center. VACE earned this award from consistently delivering the best to the people of Ventura. We were also a finalist in the category of Best Public School in Ventura County. We are also grateful for our students, staff, school district, and community for recognizing the efforts and investments in all our programs. On Thursday, December 9th, VACE's TDC student hosted the Ventura Chamber of Commerce annual Poinsettia Awards here in our studio. Although this was a virtual event, viewers watched the live stream of the ceremony, during which the awards for Police Officer and Firefighter of the Year, City Employee of the Year, Educator and Student of the Year, and the select group of Hometown Heroes were presented. VACE is happy to support the Chamber of Commerce and excited to be able to bring the event to the community. The Medical Back Office program offers the flexibility of monthly skill boot camp sessions for our students who work during the day. Students practice removing sutures, surgical techniques, and proper PPE use. In December, the Medical Skills Boot Camp combined holiday fun while working on our skills. Students enjoyed the opportunity to work in a group that allowed the maximum support and reinforcement of skills. These boot camps really help to increase confidence and professionalism in preparation for the work environment. VACE's high school programs, ESL, and Career Technical Education Student Council came together for one Stuff Your Face with Cookies for the holiday event. Suited up in face masks and gloves, these students council members worked to holiday music like Happy Elves to bag 600 cookies. The cookies were delivered by student council to each classroom at VACE. It was fun. Students and staff participated in the annual Cheers for Children event. Thank you to everyone who donated to provide much needed food to 18 VACE families. Thanks to the generosity, these families will enjoy a holiday meal. The ELF and her student volunteers have been busy gathering gifts for the children of our students. This year's parents submitted wish lists for 44 children, ranging in age from newborn to 17. For over 25 years, this annual VACE tradition has been making holiday dreams come true. Student Council and the VACE staff are currently creating holiday messages for our social media. These holiday wishes will be shared from our Facebook page to inspire community and good cheer. Don't miss out on the heartwarming show of love. This video clip was submitted by the morning ESL class. Visit our Facebook page to see their live message, but I'm going to go ahead and play for you guys.
Hi, my name is Elsa.
Hi, my name is Michelle.
Hi, my name is Maria.
Hi, my name is Ruth.
Hi, my name is Marisela.
Hi, my name is Cristina.
Hi, my name is Mayarlene.
Hi, my name is Maria.
Hi, my name is Esmeralda. Hi, my name is Elena.
Hi, my name is Philo. Hi, my name is Ulises.
Hi, my name is Narapan.
Hi, my name is Butros.
We are the morning high beginning ESL class and we wish you a Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Oops. Okay. Lindsay Carnett, the CEO and president of Marketing Maven, a full-service marketing and communications agency in Camarillo, was the guest speaker via Zoom to the graphics program students. She explained how technology has impacted marketing strategies and how the skills these students learn apply directly to them. Students were able to ask questions and receive tips for success in their careers. Lindsay also described a number of internship options offered by her organization. VASE's HSD and equivalency program are graduating students every week. To date, we have 42 graduates. Here are some of the smiling faces. They are looking forward to participating in the graduation ceremony this coming June. Yarin Mendoza graduated a month early from the front back office medical assistant program while I can't even say that word, simultaneously attending California State University of Channel Island with a pre-nursing major. She was just offered a part-time medical assistant position with CMH Centers for Family Health. A huge VASE shout out to Martina Treville. She also graduated from the front back office medical assistant program, where more than a full month before her projected end date. Angela Delgado enrolled in our hybrid back office medical assistant program. She recently graduated and landed a full-time medical assistant position with Planned Parenthood. Rosalba was chosen at the November Student of the Month because she is a straight A student, working a few months ahead of her graduation schedule, and she is planning to take enhancement courses to qualify for business administration and management certification. Her work is focused, sharp, and accurate. She will make someone an excellent employee. Martina is a front back office medical assistant student. She is kind, helpful, dedicated, determined, driven, and very smart. Martina has an outstanding work ethic. She is such a hard worker and does not sacrifice quality for speed. She is going to be a definite asset to any office who hires her. Okay, congratulations, Diana Romero, our most recent business administration and management graduate. Diana completed her professional certification during the height of the pandemic, working through VASE's distant learning program. She accepted a job offer as an office administrator with Service Master Restore 1 month before her graduation date. Irma Singh graduated from the Administration Assistant Program and immediately obtained employment with the Ojai Unified School District as a substitute school secretary. She fills in as needed at any of the K-12 schools in the district, demonstrating her ability to adapt to different procedures at each site. Ernesto Pallado graduated from the Computerized Financial Accounting Program in October and obtained employment as an accounting clerk with Anacapa Fresh Logistics 1 month later. Additional placements includes Blake Franklin obtained employment as a fire protection plans designer with Collins and Associates. Melissa Aguilar started working for Clínicas del Camino Real as a patient services representative. Alicia Jones was offered a medical assistant position with the Royal Oaks Medical Associates. 3 of our current IT students have gone to work for the City of Ventura Priority Financial Network and Goodwill Industries. We are excited to report that our CTE program exceeded all annual report benchmarks for completion, placement, and licensure. It's been a difficult year. However, students continue to complete their programs, pass their license exams, and get great jobs in the fields in which they were trained. I know I'll get a great job too. Happy holidays from VASE, everybody.
Nina, thank you so much. And thank you to all our student board members' reports tonight. They were fantastic.
Thank you. VASE, from us, VASE, we wish all of you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And you guys all have a blessed holiday.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Too. You too. And to the entire family there at VASE from all of the board members.
I sure will. All righty. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Dr. Rice, anything else for good news?
That concludes the superintendent's report this evening.
All right, and that will move us to item agenda number 13.
Excuse me, Mr. Alvarez.
Oh, yes, sorry.
You might want to excuse our student board members if they don't want to stay.
Yes, and at this time, if any of our student board members would not like to stay for our rest of our meeting, you're more than free to go. We know you have a lot to do out there.
Thank you guys so much. I want to mention something really quick. We are coming up with a mural dedicated to Dolores Huerta coming up on our campus. Just one little piece of information. So hopefully I'll be able to share more about that in our next meeting. Thank you guys and have a good night.
You too, Mateo. Thank you.
Can we have Mateo at all of our meetings?
Thank you, Ella. I know Logan might have got bumped. We might have to just request the VP. So agenda item number 13, correspondence. 13A, Ventura County Office of Education. The receipt of disclosure of collective bargaining agreement for the tentative agreement with the VESPA bargaining unit.
Yes, that is the only item I'm in receipt of, and it does certify that we are prepared to meet our obligations. So positive declaration on that agreement.
Great, thank you so much. That brings us to agenda item 14, which is public comments. Ms. Dom, do you have any public comments tonight?
Good evening, President.
Marie.
Sorry. Hi there. Thank you for allowing us to do public comment, and we appreciate those that have emailed in their written public comments. We are unfortunately not able to comment on those at this time, but if anyone does have a public comment and would like to make a live public audio comment this evening, please use the raise hand icon now. It is at the bottom of your screen. All right, then President Alvarez, we have no public comments this evening.
Great, thank you so much. Leads us to agenda item 15, action items. 15A, the 2021-22 first interim financial report. Dr. Chandler.
Thank you, President Alvarez. That felt good to say that for the first time. Tonight, we are ready to present our first interim, and Miss Anna Campbell has a presentation, and I will be jumping in as she presents. Are you ready? Can you share, Anna? Great.
All right. So we have a brief presentation that's a summary of the conversation that we had at our last meeting, even though it was a month ago. and that the changes that we were going to integrate into the budget, which is primarily the ESSER 3 updates that the board had discussed, the educator effectiveness plan, and those kind of new plans that hit us mid-budget cycle. So I'll just skip forward that we are at the requesting for adoption stage, and then we'll move on to finishing our 2021 audit. The final results of the first interim is it moved a little bit in our expenditures and revenues so that, we would get in new money, but then we have expenses to follow that. And so our ending fund balance in the third year that we're going to give to the county, which is required part of our budget package, is that we are expecting some minor potential future reductions as anticipated in our last conversation, but that we have put those into the budget as a known item for our county, and that we intend to end at a $0 balance, which we are required to do so. We are deficit spending, but we do have a lot of ESSER money and COVID-related funding to expend over the next couple of years on all of the plans that we had been working on for ESSER and professional development, student learning, engagement, and all of those things that we're seeking to do to bring our kids back to school and get them re-engaged. So we'll be working on that. The next steps is to just complete our external audit. So we're kind of in last year and in next year a little bit right now in the accounting department, and that we will come back to you in the spring with an updated second interim with any changes that happen between now and that spring timeline. If there were any questions.
And also, I just wanted to add really quickly, this is the interim report that we brought in November. With some minor changes as things are getting updated, but this is the second time we've brought the first interim to the board. And we're open for questions, of course.
Great, thank you so much. Trustee Lomax?
I have no questions, thank you.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yeah, just my standard question. I assume this is a positive certification.
Yes, we will be requesting positive certification tonight.
Thank you.
Trustee Callahan?
Thank you. And thank you for always doing such a thorough job. So I appreciate this overview, Director Campbell. I do have a question in regards to, can you give me I have a wondering around a timeline where we could possibly be kind of looking at, I know it's a moving target, but be looking at this as, I know things are constantly changing and this is looked at as a blueprint and a living document. Some of your recommendations on when we could possibly provide some input or some feedback as a board member as needs arise throughout the year.
Absolutely. So the various avenues include, there's the budget advisory committee that was discussed earlier that the trustees would sit on. There's also through any kind of programmatic piece. So a lot of the large one-time money that's related to COVID went through that ESSER plan that we were discussing with the board and going through that. So it's an opportunity to feedback when we get those kind of outside of the normal funding opportunities. The same thing with the Educator Effective Grant. I believe the other opportunities include the LCAP, which is a really large part of the way that we goal set, as well as the board goals. So the board goals also set the kind of path of the budget. And I think there's some other opportunities as well. I'm probably forgetting.
Well, also when we bring the draft budget to the board in June and then through first interim, second interim, like we keep bringing it back so that you guys keep being informed throughout the year. That's an intentional process that's developed by the state to allow additional feedback.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Trustee Khan?
No.
Trustee or VP Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Really appreciate, as always, very thorough. And, it was great to have it again, a repeat copy of it early this morning so that we could go through it. But thank you. No questions.
And I thank you also. I don't have any questions either, but thank you again, yes, also for getting it early. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, we do need a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Then Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That brings us to agenda item 15.B, 2021-26 Educator Effectiveness Grant Funding Plan adoption, also known as the EEGFP. This is the second time we have brought this before the board per the requirements of the grant. Ventura Unified was allocated a portion of the new Educators Effectiveness Block Grant. The Educators Effectiveness Block Grant is a program providing funds to County Office of Education, school districts, charter schools, and state special schools to provide professional learning and to promote educator equity, quality, and effectiveness. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez. As you stated, we brought this agenda item forward on November 9th. A couple of reminders in that this is one of the few plans where there was no template or structure or provided by the CDE. So thank you to Anna Campbell for helping us find a familiar structure to be able to present it. At the November 9th meeting, we reviewed allowable expenditures. So the plan that you have represents those collective allowable expenditures over a multiple year period. And again, as a reminder, the reason that you have for 21-22, zero expenditures, 22-23, a couple $100,000, and then in subsequent years, 23 through 26, the most expenditures in this area is strategic in that we are spending, as Anna Campbell mentioned just a minute ago, we are expending those one-time monies in current years to make maximum use and to spread the benefit over those years. That is really all there is to share. I see Dr. Chandler's unmuted. Go ahead.
You're so observant. He's so good at that. I was just going to add that this is very strategic in the way that we're doing this because we want to continue the good professional development that we're bringing in this year. And so it's always best to spend your most restrictive earliest deadline money first, which is what we're doing with the ELO grant. And then this one will follow in the out years. So that's exactly why that path looks the way it does.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Lomax.
I have no questions. Are we taking a...
Trustee Dannenberg?
No questions. Just thank you for the hard work and getting these funds and the planning so we can do it in the out years as well.
Trustee Callahan?
I know. I feel like I'm always the one asking the question. I apologize, but I wanted just to share. Thank you so much. I know that this hit your desk right away, and to have a due date at the end of the year was pretty arduous. But I do appreciate this is a long range plan from 2021 to 2026. And I noticed that we have allocations and some really neat plans. And I was wondering if you can just provide maybe an example of one or two of those that you would like to share out to our team.
Sure, Trustee Callahan. Thank you for the opportunity to share in greater detail. What I'll do before I share some of the information that perhaps was already provided to the board is also just to set the context. We will be recovering through COVID in many respects, both academically and socio-emotionally, for multiple years. You've heard that from our students, from our staff. There's a great need. So I'll just speak thematically to the needs that we see now and share that we will be doing evaluation of those efforts as we've talked about in previous meetings, and then setting the future professional development for that year based on one, a student's needs, but then two, the reported needs of our practitioners, which are our classified and certificated staff. Also, one more kind of setting the table issue is that you may remember that this educator effectiveness block grant is a little bit more restrictive for our classified staff in that we can only provide training to those classified members that have direct service to students. So one of the things that we have been and are putting in place now with our less restrictive professional learning through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant is to be able to build upon the capacity, in particular using Canvas. Okay, so having said that, I'll just connect a couple dots. This was a conversation that started earlier today in our mental health partnership committee. We had the opportunity, the committee members had the opportunity to learn about two things: Care Solace, which has been very, very effectively used in the couple of hundred, in only the couple months that it's been implemented. I started to say 100 in that evaluating its use. We already have hundreds of referrals coming through that system. I know we have a future board meeting assigned to talking about culture and climate and school safety and those kinds of things. So we'll get into that a little bit more then. But in that same meeting, we had the opportunity to share about a verbal intervention, which is a de-escalation process. And we are just in the process of being able to roll that out district-wide to all classified and certificated staff members. This is in response to through both the LCAP and through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, our staff stating that they recognize the escalated needs of our students. They recognize the adults in their lives are also dealing with adversity. And so what they asked for was the tools to be able to address the heightened needs of not just the students, but all the adults in their lives. So that's what's coming up. And then just so that's quickly on the SEL side. And then on the academic side, we've seen this in the data. No one will be surprised, but on our focus on literacy will be ongoing and sustained. And then we've seen not just in our district, but statewide, huge hits in the performance in mathematics. That's important for itself, but also it's important in terms of addressing these needs over multiple years, because we know that mathematics in many ways is both a gatekeeper and a door opener. And so we want to make sure that our students are prepared, not just for advanced coursework, but for, as we've seen a little bit earlier, CTE pathways and such, whether they choose college or career. So those are a couple of thematic areas, and I'll be open to any other questions you might have.
I would love to just add that in Dr. Castro's wisdom, by building this out in our own Canvas, even though we can't use this particular money for classified, like we're still able to continue training because we will own it in our own Canvas in the out years without using any additional money. So he did a really good job at planning that out and making sure that this money will last us across all of our staff. So great job, Dr. Castro.
Any more questions, Trustee Callahan?
Thank you. Fascinating presentation and great work. So appreciate all the detail. Thank you. No more questions.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, thank you for the reminder about why, because of course my question was going to be, why aren't we spending any money for the next 2 years when we know we need to do the professional development? But of course your explanation totally makes sense, and I appreciate the reminder because we talked about that last time. I really, really appreciate the thoughtfulness of the approach on this, because we know these are one-time dollars that are incredibly valuable to us, and there's a deep need for this work. So thank you for the thoughtful approach.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Castro. I mean, obviously, the Care Solace and the CPI through the verbal intervention training is going to be so key. I just can't wait for that when we can really implement that in. Also, part of that mental health committee was the school counseling overview, which was phenomenal. So the things that we're looking to do and we already are doing is going to be really phenomenal. So if we have enough time tonight, we're going to hear a little bit about that in board reports. I might just have to have Dr. Castro take over for that one. And just looking for a motion for a vote.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That brings us to agenda item 15C, administrative recommendation for student expulsion. Approval of administrative recommendation for student expulsion number 22-06.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan? Sorry, I was looking for you. I see you nodding. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That brings us to item 15D, declining enrollment committee. Staff is seeking the board's approval for the final representation on the declining enrollment committee. Each area will have 2 representatives and an alternate.
Correct. Yes, thank you so much. So Dr. Rice and I worked together with Trustee Lomax and President Alvarez to look at who applied for declining enrollment committee and to try to find appointees in areas where we were short. Our goal was to have 2 representatives from each area from the community. We gave preference to those who currently have students in our schools. And then we also have, and you guys have the list of people, and we also have 1 alternate for each area. Additionally, we are adding a representative, 2 representatives from the city. 1 will be a council person and 1 will be a staff person, which is yet to be determined. But you guys have the list, and I am happy to take any questions or feedback that you have.
Also, Dr. Chandler, just to add, during our last city college district and VUSD meeting, we were able to obtain a commitment from President Hoffman's from VC to add Dr. Vega to our committee as well.
Yes, and you will find his name on the list as well. You're muted, President Alvarez. There you go.
Trustee Lomax, any questions?
No, I know we worked hard to get this accomplished, and I'm excited for this committee to get started.
Trustee Dannenberg?
No questions.
Trustee Callahan?
I do. I have a couple questions. So I do have a quick, can someone share just for edification for the public, and then also for a reminder of the criterion or looking at some of the parameters of the people that were selected for this committee?
Would you guys like me to do that, or Trustee Lomax? So like I said, we gave preferential treatment to those who had students currently in the district. For a lot of areas, we were able to take we only had enough people to accept those people who applied. So for multiple areas, it was just the people who applied for that area got accepted because they had a student in the district and we needed 2 people and 1 alternate. And for a few of them, I had reached out to Trustee Rodriguez because we were short people in her area. We were short people in the Montalvo area. And I had reached out to ask if we had any community members who'd be willing to volunteer. But overall, those were the main criteria. I don't know if I'm missing anything else. No, I'm getting a no.
And then I have a couple questions. So I'm looking at our 2 principals who are wonderful, both of them, but both represent, in a way, our TWI or our dual language programming. And so I'm just kind of wondering if I don't know if that's even, something that we can add to, but having almost like a little bit of diversity, because in some other principalships around the city to be added to this particular piece, or if you can kind of share where there are other principals that were interested. Is this something that we could possibly look at? Because again, I see some great representation around a TWI pathway But I do, I am kind of interested to quite possibly see some other principalship from different areas within our district.
I think the goal with the principals, so Ms. Caudell was the only one of the principals who applied. And then Dr. Vega, we had asked her if she would be the secondary principal. And the reason that we asked her is because she has more history in the district. So we felt like she would have a better understanding of all of the schools as a whole, because a lot of our secondary principals are rather new. And then there is a possibility that we might have to change midway through the year with Dr. Vega because she will be going on leave. So we will probably have another principal sit in that spot at some point, but our goal was to have a primary and a secondary. We really weren't thinking about the TWI representation because Dr. Vega has served as a principal in multiple locations. So we felt like she would have that perspective better, or assistant principal, both. So
thank you for sharing that. And would we be open to a third principal, or is that not something? Share with me. I know that this is new, but would we be open to possibly having a third, just like we do with the teachers?
I think that's up to the discretion of the board. If you all feel that we should have a third principal, we would be happy to add it if that's what you guys would prefer.
I would just jump in and say, if we could get a consensus from the board that there's a certain area missing or a certain grade level, then we would go and try to talk to folks. I don't think this is the kind of thing that we want to twist anybody's arm. We have a lot of new principals and they're extremely busy managing their sites, and I want to be respectful of that. So if we got some direction from you around what you're looking for, like we need someone from the East End, we need someone from the high school, then we can go and talk to folks to see if they're willing to serve. And we're happy to do that.
I guess what I would be kind of looking at is, some of those school principals who are experiencing significant decline in enrollment.
I think Principal Caudell has had a decent amount of declining enrollment, where I think she understands it pretty well. The majority of the declining enrollment is definitely weighted towards the elementary. So our goal was to try to have one primary and one secondary principal, because we're just mindful of not making it too heavy with VUSD employees and having the community voice. And so we were trying also to make sure that we were kind of keeping it lower, knowing that Myra understands high school really well too. So it's really up to you guys, but we're happy to add.
Yeah. And I guess I said, I apologize. Is declining enrollment, but also currently low enrollment. So I guess I should be a little bit more clear, right? It's someone that's really been experiencing this and has been for the last couple of years. We know that there's some of those schools that have had this, happening from Lincoln to Pierpont to possibly even Loma Vista. I would have to look at some of those numbers. I don't know if Sunset, but really getting the input of these instructional leaders, even if they're new, to kind of share with us what their experience is, what their feedback is, what their thoughts are.
I'll just reiterate, if we could get some consensus from the board, we're happy to do that. But I also want to share that and assure the board that the input that we will be gathering is not going to be limited to the committee members. For those of you who participated, and I know Dr. Dannenberg was actively engaged in the 7-Eleven committee process, one of the things that I would share with the board is that there are members of our staff who serve as members of the committee, but then there are a lot more of us who attend the meetings and sit around the table with the team who's serving as committee members to do what you're asking for, to serve as resources, to answer questions, to bring information, to go do research for the committee. So if if we don't have volunteers, but that input is really valuable, it's easy enough for us to go to those principals and say, hey, the committee really needs to hear your voice at this meeting. We need you to be there to share what you're experiencing. And they don't necessarily have to be a member of the committee to do that. That was kind of a theme that ran through the 7-Eleven committee process, is bringing in groups of people and bringing in research in response to the committee members' requests for more information, like how much is that property worth, and how many acres is that property, and how much are they getting in rent. And the committee members will be driving the request for info, but we can bring resources in the form of extra principals or directors at any time that the committee needs that. So I just wanted to share that.
Any other questions, Trustee Callahan?
No other questions. And again, I'm just 1 in 5 on that piece, but I appreciate Dr. Rice, your explanation on that piece. So that is it. No more questions.
Trustee or VP Rodriguez?
You really can just call me Trustee Rodriguez, but thank you. I have shared this already with President Alvarez. I have some concerns about members of the committee. And, this is uncomfortable, but I do believe in transparency. One of the members that was that's on the list is a relative of his. And in addition, it seems like there's kind of an overrepresentation on the list from the Montalvo school. And I realized in looking at the list again, I think part of the challenge may have been that that the area is called Montalvo when in fact it is District 4, right? And which incorporates Montalvo, but all the way out to the east end and covers at least 4 elementary schools, Portola, J. Sarah, and part of that catchment for Atlas. And so I just have concerns about the fact that all of those members are from one school and share kind of that one experience, in addition to the issue of one of the members being a relative. So I would encourage us to seek some other participation from other families outside that area. And for the side issue of the principal, I do support the idea of having one of our particularly struggling elementary schools participate in the committee. I mean, I think someone like Todd Tyner, who's a longtime principal in our district and is now at a school where the enrollment is highly fluctuating, could bring a very valuable perspective. I don't know if he's interested, but I think it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. We can certainly reach out to that. Can you, Trustee Rodriguez, could you enlighten me on when you were saying maybe get some members outside of that area, outside of the Montalvo? Are you talking more east towards the Sarah, Juana Maria, that area?
Yeah. So, I mean, in general, right, like we were supposed to have representation from our sort of school districts. And I don't know the 2 people who were selected from my area. I know the alternate, but my assumption is that they're, sort of from a diverse neighborhood within my district. And I just feel like if we have 3 participants all from the same school, when there's 6 schools represented by that, or 5 schools represented by that area, that we could do a better job of getting different perspectives. In addition to which the principal of that school is also on the committee. And again, nothing against any of these people. They're all volunteers. I totally appreciate it. I'm not assuming that there's anything untoward, but I just think it would be very helpful to have different perspectives.
If I can ask a question, Dr. Chandler, is when the list from the east side was pulled, was that also surrounding those other schools? Because that's what I was under assumption, that those ones covered all of the schools on the east end, and the Montalvo area was covering Portola and Montalvo, the particular schools in that area. And I'm sure, all transparency, Annie Dice is my sister, which, I mean, she'll love to take her name off this list. It's just there was no other volunteers from that area. So I'm all open if we can find some other volunteers. I know what the biggest importance was getting these meetings going and start really dwelling down. So if we need to take names off or look for changes or substitutes on there, and we could put that caveat on this, I think still we need to approve this declining enrollment committee and get it moving, because we're half the year gone already.
I did speak to Principal Ruiz today, and he felt he had some parents who would be happy to volunteer.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Could I just ask, who are we having board representation on this committee, Dr. Chandler? And maybe we already said it, but I don't remember who it is.
I think that from my understanding, President Alvarez and you were assigned to help develop and put together the declining enrollment committee. But I don't think that we had decided on board representation. Like, yes, we want board representation, but I don't think we had decided who would be the board representative or representatives on this committee yet.
That's what I kind of thought. So we probably should discuss that tonight as well.
Yes, we should. And Dr. Rice, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of what we agreed to.
No, I agree with that. It would be good to get consensus from the board on a board representative.
Don't everybody volunteer at once.
I nominate President Alvarez and Trustee Lomax. They're serving so wonderfully so far.
Let me ask, like, Jerry, would you want to be on this committee? Because certainly I'm okay.
I'll be happy doing whatever anybody wants, but I was under the impression you and Matt were the ones on the committee from the board.
And I wasn't sure, because I was thinking if we were just the ones forming the committee, like Dr. Chandler said. I'm happy to be on it. I just want to make sure that everybody's all good with that. Okay, if they are, then
I'm fine with that.
Okay, just put us. That was the original decision. I just didn't know how far it went. So thank you for clarifying that.
Roger, you're muted.
Thank you, Matt. Just a suggestion to move the conversation forward would be to add the two board representatives, approach Mr. Tyner about possibly joining the group, removing Ms. Dice, and adding Mr. Vega from the college district, as well as the two city reps. I think they're already on there.
But then yeah,
also the TBD city staffer. So if the board were open to those amendments, perhaps we could move forward and start scheduling our meetings.
I'll make a motion.
Can I ask a quick question though? Isn't the Montalvo with Miss Dice going to be replaced with someone possibly from Rios? Is that who you spoke to?
Portola, Robert Ruiz's parent. Is that right, Sabrina? Miss Trustee Rodriguez. Okay, I will write that down as well. We can do that.
And we could also just put to be determined.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure Karen Senesak might know of someone as well.
Okay.
I can reach out to them and find those. So right now we can leave them TBD and then bring it back. Like once we have the completed list with all the names, bring it back for like a consent item to finalize. Is that okay? Or do we want to vote on this with the amendments and then I'll bring it back with the amended form later on consent?
Well, if we have ones that want to serve from those others, I would leave Danielle Reyes on the Montalvo, and I would put to be determined for Annie Dice and Cassie Lawhead, because both of them, if there was someone else, they would be fine with allowing someone else from another area.
And I think that if we approve what we've got tonight, you can just tell us who you're adding, and we don't need to put it on consent. And if we have questions, we can ask the question about it.
That'd be great.
That would be
Put
good.
put it in a Friday letter.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes, my sister's heart's going to be broken now.
Thank you.
Tell her that's the price of your presidency.
And we move to 15E, consideration of approval for the draft 2022-23 and 2023-24 school year calendars. Mr. Brett Taylor.
Good evening, board. I know you had an opportunity to review the 2022-23 school year and 2023-24 school year calendar. It's important to mention both calendars came out of the hard work of our calendar committees, which took into consideration a variety of stakeholders' input. I'd especially like to thank Dan Nelson with the UEA and Carol Peak with VESPA, who played a huge role in developing these calendars with the committee as well. So there they have them, and they're for your approval. And they go out 2 years, so it's this coming up school year and then the following one. Are there any questions?
Trustee Lomax?
Yes, I do have a couple clarification questions, and I apologize. We have some non-student contact days. It says no school, and there's one like before the Thanksgiving break. There's it just depends, but what is on a non-student contact day? Is a teacher required to be on campus?
Those days, they are not required to be on campus.
So why do we list them as a non-student contact day?
Well, for example, September 25th, that's a local school holiday. It's celebrating Yom Kippur.
Yeah, and we used to list them as a board holiday because the board
Right.
would set that and Good Friday as holidays. But I was just curious because if I were looking at this calendar as a teacher, I might think, okay, I don't have student contact, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that no one. So, is any staff on campus on those days?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then the other question that I have, and it's really doesn't never mind, doesn't necessarily have to do with the calendar. I'll bring it up at another time. So that's my only question. Thank you.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yeah, are these calendars negotiated with our unions or are our unions just consulted?
I think
Go ahead, Dan.
Mr. Nelson, yeah.
Yeah, Dan.
Thank you for asking that. I've not been able to talk all night. Now it's my chance. Yeah, they are. I love that. They are Carol Peak and I, as well as she had two folks from VESPA and I had two folks from VUEA. And we were instrumental in working our way through the calendar, coming up with the dates, figuring it all out. But in the end, Trish Shelby was the one who actually had the answer before we even started. So we spent like an hour and a half coming up with Trish already knew. But yes, these have also gone out to VESPA and VUEA members. And we surveyed them to get support on them. We haven't done a final vote, but support was really strong. So yes, this was done in lockstep with us, and we're happy to be part of the committee.
Thank you.
Is that it, Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Callahan?
I have no questions.
VP Rodriguez?
Yeah, I actually had a related question to Trustee Lomax's question, really kind of focusing in on the holiday in September and the day before Thanksgiving. I'm curious, so since we were saying it's a no school, non-student contact day, does that mean our education support professionals also have that as a paid holiday, or is it just for our teaching staff?
Well, the classified staff who works in the district, depending on whether they built their contact days, they would work. But any school site is going to be off.
Ms. Crouch, I see you there. Did you want to add anything?
I was just going to add for our 12-month classified employees, that is an assigned work day for them. Our 12-month employees can take a vacation day, P&L, sick day. Most of our school site employees, that is a non-assigned day for them. We might have some clerical that are assigned to work, but again, anybody who's assigned to work can take leave time if appropriate.
So was that the case before when, say, the 26th Yom Kippur, or because we alternate Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, right? So was that the case before that our classified staff also were not given that day as a holiday?
The holidays for classified are bargained and outlined in the VESPA contract. And so that day in September is not a bargained holiday currently.
I'm sorry, Trustee Rodriguez, I have a question based on what you've asked. So we are closed and force them to use their personal leave for those days. Is that what we're saying?
Oh, Ms. Lomax, no. If it's an assigned work day and they choose to take it off, they're allowed to use a vacation day or P&L.
But when I ask if the district was closed, Mr. Taylor said, yes, it was closed. So I'm confused. How can I go to work at the ESC if I don't have a key to the door and it's closed?
The ESC is not necessarily closed on all the non-student days. So for example, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is a non-student day, but the ESC is still opened and we still have employees working.
So then it would just be the classified on the school sites that would be forced to take their personal leave, yes or no?
If they're assigned to work, they can work, or if they want the day off, they can put in a leave day.
But if there's no staff on the site, I'm just confused. If there's no principal and no kids on the site, how do I go to work?
Well, like our custodial staff, our 12-month employees, they would be assigned through the facilities department. They might be working on site or they can take the day off.
But not with pay, unless they use their leave.
Right, just like any, yes.
And I guess, so what you're probably noticing is that what I struggle with on this is that if we have Jewish classified staff members, they have to take an unpaid day for like a high holiday, but everybody's paid to be off for Christmas. And so I just want to put that out there, recognizing that this has already been negotiated, but as we move forward in these calendars, I would like to see us have more equity for our support staff, in particular around holidays. I mean, I recognize that our teachers and our certificated staff, and not just teachers, all of our certificated staff would get those holidays off, and whether they're of the Jewish faith or not, they have those days off. And then I think it would also be very nice to clean up the language around the 23rd, because to me, a no student contact day is like what we have for our paid in-service days for staff, right? So to me, when I see that, I'm thinking we're paying people to do work, but not necessarily be with students. So like working on grades. I mean, it's not like we don't all know that our certificated staff is working way more than what they're contracted for. I see Dan nodding his head. But I just would like some clarity in the language around how we differentiate those different holidays.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. And I definitely Also agree. Yeah, we need to look at the language on that. Now we'll move to a motion, unless we have any further discussion.
I have one more clarifying question.
Trustee
So
Lomax?
we're saying clean up the language, and if this is being brought to us to approve, why can't we clean up the language now and approve this at our next meeting? Is there a deadline on this?
Dr. Rice?
Well, these things are, I mean, this has already been negotiated, so I don't know that we could change this year at all.
Actually, it's been negotiated. Dan's got his hands up.
Yes.
I'm throwing my hands in the air. Yeah. So here's what's happened. We have surveyed on this. And thank you, trustees Rodriguez. We have surveyed on this, and yes, it's been supported by both VESPA and VUEA. We have not yet done the final vote. We don't do the final vote until you folks have decided that it's okay for us to do a final vote. So if in fact you want to make a change for language, that's totally fine with us. We haven't put it out yet. I don't want you to have a special board meeting, because nobody needs to have special board meetings to get this approved. But this has been on the table since September, and the sooner we can get this figured out, the sooner people can start making plans. And so waiting until the middle of January before we can even put it out for a vote would be difficult. So I would encourage, I don't know how to make the process move faster, but perhaps Santa could help. I don't know. But if we could get this done sooner rather than later, I'd appreciate it.
Dr. Rice?
No, go ahead, Dr. Dannenberg.
I think maybe I can help. I think if I understand Velma correctly, all we need to do is say where it says no student contact day, call it a board holiday like we did in the past, and we can approve that tonight, and they can clean that up before they send it out for you guys to vote on, Dan.
The board, you, Velma? I want to be careful though, Dr. Dannenberg. The board holiday would mean nobody works, and they're all getting it off without using a day, and that's not what was negotiated. So
okay.
When did this change, Dan? Because I always thought that when we gave those 2 days, it was a board holiday and everybody got it off.
I could tell you what I remember, but I can also tell you that Sherry Manley has an encyclopedic knowledge of this, and she would be the one that I would ask, because she knows everything, and I'm just going to probably get it wrong.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay, whatever you guys want.
Any other board members? So it looks like we can't make it a board holiday, Trustee Dannenberg. Is there anything else you can suggest on that?
The only thing I could think would be no school day. I think the issue is that all of our employees, whether they're 12-month or a school year, work a certain number of days. And if they're an employee like a paraeducator, those school days are based around the student calendar and when the students are there. Mm-hmm. If they're a 12-month employee like a secretary, they may have scheduled that as a work day. And then if they want to take it off, they're allowed to take it off using their appropriate leave, which would be just like in the summertime. If they want to take a day off in the summertime, they'd use their appropriate leave. So I personally think it's fine the way it is, but I want to try to help clean that up if we can. Our unions understand what it is, so I don't know why we need to change it other than we're trying to make it so we understand what it is better.
However, I agree with Trustee Rodriguez that it's not equitable for a person of the Jewish faith that doesn't get the holiday off. But yet you look over at April, and April 7th, which is Good Friday, is a district closed holiday. And I don't know when this changed, because when we brought this on years ago, I was on the board when we started giving the Jewish holiday off. We met Dr. Spirito, and you were there, Jerry, too. We met with Rabbi Lisa, and we talked about it because we were losing a lot of students and employees that took the holiday off because they are Jewish. And I'm just curious when this changed.
This changed. It changed while I was in the personnel office, because Don Austin and I had worked with this with our unions, And they decided they wanted to work Good Friday, and I'll never forget it because in the middle of the board meeting, which when the board meetings were first being televised, both John Walker and Joe Spiro got phone calls saying, "Wait a minute, they're going to school on Good Friday. You can't do that."
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, and I remember I got in a lot of trouble because they did, you know, the lawyer said, "Keep your mouth shut. This is what was, you know, this is what the unions wanted." But I knew it was going to be a problem, and it was. So
I guess my question, Jerry, is when did we start treating the two holidays differently?
Why are they different?
Because the district is closed on Good Friday, but some people have to work on the Jewish holiday. And that didn't used to be that way.
No, it's always been that way.
Mm-hmm.
Always been that way. It's because in the past, years and years ago, your people of the Jewish faith, and I'm not saying this is right, I'm just saying what it was, weren't even allowed to take paid leave off and be paid for it. They had to take an unpaid day for their religious holiday. And then there was some Supreme Court decision where no, you couldn't do that. You had to allow them to use leave to do it if they wanted to and not be harmed that way. But that's been around forever, unfortunately.
And I will say that we did take this language off of previous calendars. So it's nothing that we invented this year. It was always a non-school day, non-student contact day, no school.
Right. That's what I remember too.
Maybe this is for Mr. Taylor or Dr. Rice. Is there any way for us to change that with not affecting the tentative agreement of what we've already agreed to in the calendar and not changing the amount of days employees work?
It seems like that would not be the case for Brett. Can you mute? For certificated, but for classified, Trustee Rodriguez is right. There's a difference there. So I think if the board wanted to give us direction to address that issue, then yeah, we'd have to get Dan and Carol back to the table and say, all right, we got this one little issue we got to deal with, and then try to hammer that out. Because I don't see that we can address what you're talking about given the current TA.
I'm personally fine if we could address it. I know, this next year, like there's, sort of a bit of a pressing need to get that done, but I would like to see us address it in the following calendar year at least, which would give us time to add that in. But I'm 1 of 5, so if there isn't consensus around that, then that's fine.
I was just going to say that. Remember, tonight we're voting on 2 years, so if we want to make a change, we can't make a change till the 3rd year out, and I'm not comfortable with that.
I agree, Trustee Lomax.
I'm going to look to Mr. Ramos on if we can split the different calendar years and bring 2023, 24 back. Is that a possibility?
Again, there's no difference from the statement that Dr. Rice said. This has already been agreed to tentatively through negotiations. So I would not suggest that unless we can bring it back to the table to address those issues with the union.
And I would just say that there's the old adage, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. And I think if there was an issue and it could have been addressed, I think the union would have come up with the answer already on how to address it. I don't know how you're going to address this, quite frankly, without sort of holding up the whole process. I mean, we can look at it and ask staff to look at it and see if there's a way to come up with it for the out years. But right now, staff's made staff and our associations have made a good faith effort to get this done so we can have calendars. But I don't know. I don't know how you fix it. If the language I was suggesting which I thought used to be the old language, produces another holiday.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you. I've just spoken with Carol Peak, and I know Robert Ibarra is also on the call as the VESPA vice president while Carol recovers. Carol's opinion is that the language that's currently as stated is clear for VESPA, that it is not a change from previous years, that the VESPA folks at the sites understand where, and I'm not a VESPA person, so I'm not clear. She's clear that they will understand it because it's not a change, but I can't describe it as well as she could, and unfortunately she's recovering. So my recommendation would be, I know that we're uncomfortable with maybe doing this for 2 years out. I would rather, though, if we're going to do this, do both years at the same time, and if we need to meet again in January and try to get it to you guys before your January board meeting, I'd be okay with that. But I'm kind of with Dr. Dannenberg or Trustee Dannenberg or Trustee Dr. Dannenberg, and that if it's not broken, don't fix it. It's what we've had in the past, and it's worked in the past. And VESPA was part of the negotiation process on this. There were 3 folks from VESPA in the room, just like 3 from VUEA. So I would say this is kind of overthinking a certain point, but that's just where I'm sitting. If we want to meet, we can absolutely meet. I don't know that we need to, but why not?
I'm going to just publicly say that if this is, and I did get a text from someone with a history saying this is the way it's been in the past. If this is the way it's been in the past, I'll drop my opinion. I think we need to look at it in the future. I think that if we do vote on 2 calendars tonight, perhaps we can come back before the second year out and relook at that particular issue. I think we should, but I don't want to hold things up by not voting on it tonight.
Yeah.
One more quick comment. This is centering around the Jewish holidays that we talk about. I think if we want it, not for these next 2 years, but I think it would be a rich conversation to meet with people in that community to find out which of these are the more important holidays. They don't actually alternate. These holidays are typically, we take the holiday that works closer for attendance. So it's not a this year, that year kind of thing, like our 2-day, 4-day President's Day weekend. That does alternate. This isn't. So I think that for 23-24, for 22-23 and 23-24, I'd love to get these done so people make plans. But then for the outgoing years, yeah, I'd love to have that conversation. There's a lot of folks who would want to be part of that.
Thank you. And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, I think, part of when we have these conversations around equity, part of it is amplifying those smaller voices. And so I think, the argument, well, we've always done it that way, or, well, nobody's complaining. I mean, that is often the case with minority groups, that they are not in a position to complain or amplify their voice. So while I'm always fine voting my conscience, and that won't hold us up. But I do think that we should really look at, as we move forward on these things, maybe creating a place where people can have a personal holiday that they can use for these kinds of days, because it's not just our Jewish staff members, but, we have members of our staff that celebrate all sorts of holidays that are not the mainstream holidays. And I do think we should be respecting that and honoring that. I think that's who we want to be as a district. But again, I'm fine if that's not the majority opinion.
And I would just argue that our employees have personal necessity days so they can do this type of thing. And they can take it off if they have, because like you say, there are many different beliefs out there for a number of different religious orders. And I know that there are some of our teachers that go on religious retreats and they use their P&L time to do that.
I guess my question would be, are they getting that leave paid, right?
Everybody gets personal necessity leave paid. Yes.
Our classified staff as well.
Yes. Dan had some more input.
I love this topic because I get to talk. Just to go underneath all of this, a lot of these conversations don't come up because of what personal religious beliefs I have or someone else has on staff. A lot of this is driven from attendance, from an attendance standpoint for students. And when we have a holiday that a majority, and remember I'm part of a minority group. So if we have a majority group that isn't going to be at school on Good Friday, then having school on Good Friday hurts our attendance. And so a lot of this, well, I can tell you when we sit in the committee, it's not, I want this, they want that, the other. It's which holidays are going to pull kids away from our school. Why would we have school on those days? We're not going to get good instruction. We're going to wind up losing ADA. It's kind of a waste. So that's something I really want to, 80% of the conversation, if not 90, is our kids going to be there? And then 10% is, okay, I can tell you, I pushed for St. Patrick's Day off. I do every year, but I never get it because it's not a low attendance day. So, you know, I've never been happy with that, but I'm okay with that.
Trustee Callahan?
Thank you. I've been listening and observing. I think, it's an interesting piece of where we're going with some of this, and I understand, but I wholeheartedly agree with Trustee Rodriguez. This is a time and a place for us to look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it matters. Rosh Hashanah matters. I know that attendance, I know that this is maybe how it's always been, but as a district and as who we are, it is so important that we're of these pieces. This isn't just any holiday. And so, and to that, it's even kind of like maybe we need to be getting, that ethnic studies course started sooner versus later. I think it's an important thing. And I don't feel, I'm glad it was brought up. I was actually looking at more of having like at the board meeting the day after and having concerns about having ample preparation for us for that. But that kind of vote has already passed and, we'll figure that piece of it out. But as far as this calendar, I don't feel comfortable voting, on it now. And I do feel that, we should look at it, because another thing is, and I've only been on the board for a year, but we say 2 years, but who's going to write that down? Who's going to write down those notes? Who's going to take that action item? Who's going to actually do the follow through on it? And so I'm just like, it's the here and now. Let's take care of it. We're the governing board. Let's take action. Let's discuss it and move forward, especially if there's a consensus on it. Because if we kick it down the road, 9 times out of 10, it's going to get lost in the notes. It's going to get lost in translation between now and 2 years.
I'm sorry, but I just have to put more 2 cents in here, because we're talking about trying to have some equity between our classified and our certificated staff. I want to remind you, your certificated staff don't get paid for any holidays. And your classified staff have 18 or 19 probably holidays that they're being paid for. So if you want to start talking equity, you're going to have all kinds of people saying, well, what about us? We don't get paid for the time for any holidays. We don't get any time off. We get the time off maybe, but we don't get paid for it. We get paid for the days we work and only the days we work if you're a certificated employee. What I'm trying to say is I just think the differences are so great. It's really hard to try to come up with one system that's going to meet everybody's unique needs. And I think that the associations have come up with the best they can with district staff to meet the needs of as many people as they can. I don't disagree with the whole issue of understanding different minority groups, but I don't know how you're gonna meet every little desire and need out there for all these different groups.
All great points, a great discussion. Knowing that, do we have a motion going forward on the calendars?
I'll move that we vote on the calendars as negotiated.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax.
I have one question. Did we agree that if we vote on this for the 2 years, that we will look at it again before the second year? Did we agree to that as a consensus?
I didn't hear that. I heard some saying they wanted to do it now, and I heard Dan say after the 2 negotiated years. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Callahan,
No.
okay, Trustee Rodriguez,
No.
and Trustee Alvarez.
The caveat to look at this in 2 years, it's a tough one, but I don't think we owe it to our staffs to have an idea of a calendar in front of them. So it's tough to make difficult decisions, but I vote yes to approve the calendar.
Okay, motion carries 3-2.
But let's look at definitely on the third year, let's make sure that this is something that we're really looking at. With that, I'd like to ask permission of the rest of my board members if we could take a 5-minute, just brief break. And we'll be back on at 9:56. Thank you, everyone. We were back from our break. I'm going to, with the consensus of the rest of my board members, we were going to bypass 15F and 15G, and we'll revisit those, but we're going to move to 16A, the conference superintendent agenda, redistricting. We do have a guest here. Is the rest of my board members in consensus with that? Thank you. So I turn this over to you, Dr. Rice.
Thank you, Board President Almaraz. I'd like to turn it over to Anthony Ramos, who will lead us into the conversation.
President Almaraz, members of the board, thank you very much. As you know, we had the census in 2020, and as a result of that, we have to address the effect of the census on our trustee areas, and we are using the consultant we hired to help us out with the initial trustee area maps. And today I have for you Mr. Josh Chisholm, and he will go through the PowerPoint presentation that is attached to the agenda, and then afterwards we will be happy to answer any questions you have. So Josh, all yours. Oh, Marianne, can you put on the PowerPoint presentation?
Normally, yes, but I'm having technical difficulties, so I just need a moment now.
Okay.
Marianne, I can share my screen. I have it here.
If you don't mind, that would be great. I don't know what's wrong with my computer at this point. I apologize.
Oh, there it is.
And there we go. Josh, are you ready?
Josh, we can't hear you. I can see that you're talking, but unfortunately cannot hear you.
Think you're still muted there, Josh.
He's actually not muted. I think there's a problem with his microphone potentially.
I think he had AirPods in, so maybe he just needs to reset the setting on his speaker.
Nope. No. Nope. I'm getting pretty good at reading your lips, but no, I can't hear you.
Josh, you want to go see if you can reset and everything, and we'll go on to another agenda item?
Yes, we'll go back to 15F. And just speak in when we can hear you, Josh. So with the consensus from my fellow board members, we're going to go back to 15F. We checked for audio. Got a thumbs up on that? Thank you. 15F, consideration of resolution 21-29, continuing Board of Trustees authority to hold virtual meetings pursuant to AB 361. This is our ongoing monthly approval of the resolution to allow us to still meet virtually till we get set up at a location for us to meet in person. Anthony, Mr. Ramos, did you want to add anything to that?
No, the resolution is pretty self-explanatory. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer. Just as an aside, we did include any board-appointed committees, so not only your board, but also the board-created committees will be able to do virtual, such as the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee.
Great, thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second. But are we going to discuss this, or are we just?
Yeah, we can discuss it on as it comes around. So, Trustee Lomax?
I'll wait to hear the discussion.
Trustee Dannenberg?
I have no questions at this time.
Trustee Callahan?
I do. I think that it would be, we kind of talked about some different ideas of how to get back. We had kind of talked about possibly even, anyway, we talked about different ideas. And so I think it would be great for us to kind of hear an update of where we are at in the process, and what that looks like, and when we can be expected to, as a team, to be looking to be voting for this coming, because we kind of said we'd be back in December, and then so it feels like we're kicking, the goalpost. Oh my goodness, this is going to get real messy by the it's 10 o'clock and I cannot put words together. So, but we are kicking the goalpost down. And so I just would like to have some sort of timeline, some sort of update of where we're at, and kind of do this process every month, because, right, if we have our kids and our students and our teachers in person, I do think that we need to start looking at us being in person as well. So can someone from staff or provide an update? Thank you, Dr. Rice. I'm done talking.
I can start, and then I'll turn it over to Marianne to fill in the gaps of anything I missed. I want to share with the board and with the public that one of the challenges that we're facing is that City Hall has not opened up their city council chambers to us, and we don't have any estimated date when we would be allowed to return. I am in contact with City Manager McIntyre to try to figure that out. I left him a message again today. We just played phone tag, but I'm going to try to get a better idea about when that possibility and if that possibility might come around. In the meantime, knowing that we had some consensus on the board to try to get back to in-person, Marianne has been engaged with VPD in various conversations about making sure that we had a secure location, number one, and number two, that we had a location where we could continue to live stream it. So the most recent delay that gave rise to this resolution being in front of you was because we have significant work to do to prepare for in-person, to include purchasing and setting up video equipment to make sure that we can live stream it. Because for those watching may not understand, why can't you just live stream it using what you have right now? That's because this whole setup here at base where the staff is sitting would not presumably be the place where we would be having the meetings. And that was given to us in a review and a consultation with VPD. So due to security concerns. So with that, the next best option was to at least temporarily set up shop at the ESC using the purchased equipment. And I realized that geographically it is not ideal, and it's certainly not for the long run is it ideal. But the room that we have in the multipurpose room was large enough to accommodate a board meeting, given the installation of minimal modifications that could potentially be removed later when we're able to go back to in-person, hopefully at the city council chambers, knowing that also that property has been declared surplus. So there's no real good option right now. We talked to our team about going out to the sites, and I'll let Marianne talk about that, but Marianne and Amy, Ms. Dom, worked really hard at trying to investigate that, and it's so disruptive to the schools, and the setup and takedown would really make it difficult both for the schools and for our team to do kind of a road show. So Marianne, why don't you jump in and share anything that you've been working on? Because I know you put substantial time in it, and I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. So we did look at several sites, including several of our schools, including auditoriums and cafeterias. As Dr. Rice said, it is a 2 to 3 day process if we do this at a location, at a different location each time. But also in addition to that, we have to set up our equipment, not just camera equipment, microphones, cables, Wi-Fi, and that meaning we have to do hard Wi-Fi. We have to make sure there's enough electricity available to us. We have to ensure VPD is okay with the site that we're at, because they're at VASE, they are not okay with that site with the way that it is set up. It is just not a safe location, given what has been happening at other districts as well, and having large crowds, et cetera. So we also looked at Ventura County Government Center, and they did not have enough space for us because we would need 3 rooms. We need a room for your board meeting, a room for overflow for staff when things get very busy, and we need a closed session room. So after months of working on this and really trying to find the best location possible, it did come back to safety issues as well as enough space. And so the ESC not only is off of a major highway, so that does make it a bit more accessible than others did. VPD is happy with the setup that we have come up with, and is willing to ensure that they're there for all of our meetings. They would have 2 SROs. In addition to that, we would have our security guard at the gate and another security guard in the hallways to ensure that there aren't people just walking around the building. So there's a lot to put together. If it is in one location and we have that one location, then we can store things and then bring them out on the days that we need to. So at the end of the day, we have looked at several locations, and the ESC is by far the safest at this point, and by far the one space that we feel that we could not only be in person, but also live stream from as well. So as Dr. Rice said, we are still waiting per President Alvarez and former President Lomax. We were told to go ahead and look at making those purchases. And so those have started to ensure that we can get back in person until City Hall is available.
Anything else, Trustee Khan?
Thank you for the thorough update. I appreciate it.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the info and the sort of background information about it. I mean, I think that the interest we have in getting back to in-person is really to be able to engage with the community and provide an opportunity for them to share feedback. I have concerns about the ESC in that regard. But also, I think, I mean, from my perspective, I'm fine staying online as long as we need to until we have a really good option. Like, I feel like we're kind of trying to make something work and forcing it. And I would personally rather wait until we have a really like good for the community, good for us, long-term plan rather than, you know, trying to force this.
I should have also stated, and to be very transparent, the big thing from City Hall was if we would ever get back in. So I think that needs to be clear that that was the statement that was made to me, that at this time that may not happen.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. And I have to say, I mean, we have a long-standing relationship of working with our city council members on areas of joint concern. And I don't know where that reluctance comes from, if it's from staff, but I find it hard to believe that if we were to go to our colleagues and say, this is the place that makes the most sense for our community to be transparent and open and to engage with our stakeholders that we all mutually share, that they wouldn't support using that shared space. I mean, we have the city using our spaces all the time. This is just part of our collaboration as a community. I hold out hope that we would be able to make progress on that conversation.
And that's absolutely why Dr. Rice has reached out to City Manager McIntyre. So I guess the question would be, do we continue online indefinitely or until that that's a possibility because our school sites simply are not an option due to the amount of days that we would have to close down a theater or a cafeteria in order to make that work. Or do we just move forward with a location that does work in terms of safety as well as live streaming and does have access to our Oakview area as well as the West Side, which is something we haven't really had a lot of access to in the past. So it's really, at this point, those are the two options that I've been able to come up with. If needed, I can go back to the drawing board.
Thank you. And when you have talked to Mr. McIntyre, does he have any idea when the city council will be returning to the chamber halls?
No, that has not been shared with me at all. And I am hopeful to talk to him in the next day or two.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to thank staff. I know it hasn't been easy trying to find equipment, waiting for equipment to come off of ships. And, you know, just like we were waiting for laptops last year, I'm sure things aren't just flowing, and it's Christmas time. So how many more deliveries are people looking at? So we appreciate the effort. We know that you know our desire to be back in person, and hopefully it can happen sooner than later. Any more questions from my trustees? And we'll go for a motion on this.
We have a motion.
I think we had yeah, thank you. We're looking for a second. Thank you.
No, I made the motion, Sabrina seconded it.
So we're good. Okay, vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Lomax?
No, Alvarez.
Oh, Alvarez, sorry. That's
Yes.
habit. It's going to take me a little while. 5-0.
Josh, did we get your microphone fixed?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We, with my fellow board members' approval, we're going to move to 16A. All right, thank you. And I said that one was going to be quick. See what happens when I say that.
Well, I have been enjoying the board meeting tonight, so thank you all for that. It's been an interesting board meeting, and I know you all are ready to try and get through it. So I'll do my best to help this process along. And so my name's Josh Chisholm. I'm with Cooperative Strategies. We're a K-12 planning firm and a demographer. And as some of you were part of this process in 2018 when we transitioned the district to by trustee voting areas, we were happy to be a part of that process as well. And so we're pleased and grateful to be back to help ensure that your populations are balanced with the 2020 census data. And so with that, the requirement here is that every 10 years when the census data comes out, the districts that are using by trustee voting areas like yourself are required to ensure that the population is balanced amongst all 5 trustee areas. And so that's what we've done tonight. And I'm going to walk through this presentation here to show you how and why our analysis works. And we also have a couple scenarios that we're going to provide for your community and for your board to consider. And so let's see if I can get my laser pointer going here. Here we go. All right. And so you'll notice that overall here in Ventura Unified that there was a little over 4,000 people growth in your district overall. And down here in the table, you can see how many people lived in each trustee area using the 2010 census data, which is what we used in 2018 to create the trustee areas. And this was the variance. I'll talk about that here in a little bit, but you'll notice here in the 2020 census column what the population is as of 2020 when this data was collected. This is the new variance. Again, I'll talk about that here in the next couple slides in more detail. But some of you certainly recall the importance of the variance. And then this last section here just shows the change in the population. Some areas grew, some areas shrank, and some more than others, you can tell by the percentage here. And so most notably, trustee area 5 is the area that really grew the most over the last 10 years, and trustee area 3 shrunk. And so we'll see on the next slide, some of these maps will be familiar from a few years ago. This is just your district map showing the boundaries and the different jurisdictions within it. And then over here on the right shows, once again, the total population, but it breaks it down by ethnicity. And you'll notice here that the Hispanic Latino community does make up a little over 35% of your total population. And then the white is over 50% at 53.5%, and then tapers down to 2 or more races, and then Asian below that at 3.6%. And so that's total population. This is really what drives the process of redistricting. And this age 18 and over here is really informative data. And you'll notice that the percentage of age 18 and older is, in general, fairly closely aligned with the total population and the percentages. So total population, a little over 120,000. Okay, this map here, you'll notice is a density map based on the Hispanic Latino population. And this is using CVAP data or CVAP data. And this is based on the American Community Survey that's done by the Census Bureau every year. And this is 5 years of collected data. And soon we'll have the 2020 survey that will get rid of the 2015 and bump in the 2016. But that data hasn't been released yet. And so this is citizen voting age population information. So it's different from total population. And it's also because total population would include children and other non-voters. The age 18 and older would include all population 18 years and older that filled out the survey for the census. And then this CVAP information is citizen voting age population. So there are folks in your district who are 18 and older, but are not citizens that vote. And so given the spirit of this, the California Voting Rights Act is based on voting in general. This is also good information for us to consider as we look at adjusting the boundaries. Now, you'll find that your boundaries are, here's your current trustee areas, and this is what was created in 2018. And this is what you'll find is that we're at 10.9%. Okay, and 10% is the threshold. That's the maximum total variance that we can have. And so the question is, well, how do we come up with that number? What we do is we take the total population and divide it by the number of trustee areas or trustees that we have. So we have 5 trustees. Dividing the total population amongst those 5 trustees gives us an equal number of population within each trustee area. So that target is 24,485. That's what we're shooting for in each trustee area. That number would have been a little bit lower back in 2018 when you transitioned. But the process is the same. Now that you have trustee voting areas, we can look at this data using the 2020 census data. And this column here is total population. Again, this is the citizen voting age population. The total variance, though, is based on total population. So you'll notice that trustee area 1 is slightly low. If you took 23,923, subtracted by the ideal or our target, we would see that it's just about 500 people below our target. Now, keep in mind that we can have a variance as much as 10%. So here we're 2.3% below. The next one, we're just about perfect, 0.4% above. This one's low, this one's high, and this one's high as well. And so the calculation is based on the most densely populated or the most populated trustee area as variance and the least populated trustee area as variance. and add those two together. So the 5.5 and the 5.3. In this instance, if we had expanded this 2 decimal places, you would see how it would come up with 10.9%. So that's a rounding situation there, but this is what it comes out to. So that's you guys are very close, and so the adjustments to get back into compliance are very minimal. It's not going to take much to get to respect the process that was taken back in 2018 with your board and your community to create the trustee areas. And this redistricting process, the intent is not to redraw the boundaries. The process is not nearly as prescriptive. There are not all these public hearings that are required when we transition. The intent here is to ensure that the populations are balanced. And this slide here, for those of you who were involved in the transition process, when you're creating trustee areas are the considerations. We use the same exact slide when we transition districts from at-large voting to by trustee areas. So we need to have as equal number of inhabitants in each trustee area as possible. We have that 10% rule that we can abide by. Federal Voting Rights Act is around ensuring that we're not diluting a protected class from having a collective vote. So if we have, and since your Hispanic Latino community makes up the largest amount of protected class, we wouldn't want to, for example, try to split the voting power of the Hispanic Latino community by drawing a boundary right through the center. Okay, that's something that we looked at when we transitioned. When we're making adjustments like this, we're talking 1 or 2 streets. We're not talking, redrawing the boundaries. And so, if these are considerations we need to keep in mind, but much easier to abide by after the process has been done when transitioning. So compact and contiguous, communities of interest, we don't want to split those up if we can help it. Man-made features, natural features are helpful ways to create trustee areas, and then certainly respect the incumbency if that's possible. Oftentimes school districts, local considerations when you transitioned are attendance boundaries or things like that to have representation. So what does this process look like? Here we are tonight with the evaluation, and we'll provide, I'll pull up a couple of the scenarios for your consideration and input. And then we'll be back in January to review these scenarios that we discussed. Between now and then, we'll make adjustments as the board of the community provides feedback. We can make adjustments. We can't promise that the adjustments that are requested will keep your trustee areas within compliance, but any requests that are made, we will attempt to accommodate those requests and provide those scenarios back to the board and the community in January. Ultimately, the board does need to vote to adopt an adjusted trustee area map in February, as that's the deadline for the county. And we need to provide the county with a digital map or a shape file of your trustee areas so they can be prepared for the November 2022 election. So the right people in your district get the right ballots with the right trustees on those ballots. So that's the process from start to finish. There's nothing that says we have to use all 3 meetings if one of the maps is acceptable, but we do have this all 3 in here available if it's needed. Okay, so I'm going to switch over now to the scenarios, and then I'll open it up for questions. Okay, so here is scenario 1, and this is zoomed out, and I'm going to zoom in here in a minute so you all can see, but just to give you a lay of the land, the black boundaries here are the exterior boundary of your district, and then the purple lines here are your existing trustee areas. So what we've done is we've taken a look at the trustee areas that are too high or too low. If you recall, trustee area 3 which is the red, was too low, about 1,300 people too low, and trustee area 5 was too high, with roughly 1,300 people too high. Now, so those are the two areas that are the drivers. And you'll notice that the area 3 is red and area 5 is purple. And so if I zoom in here on scenario 1, you'll notice that the red has grown and the purple has, let's see here, the purple has shrunk. And so this is the main area that's changed. And you'll notice, let's see if I can go to the next slide here. The variance is 7.6% here in scenario 1. And if I go to scenario 2, you'll notice that there is a change here, where trustee area 3 moves into trustee area 5. And this variance is at 4.4%. So both of these scenarios are in compliance with the law, and these are both options. I believe you have copies of these map scenarios, and I can only show one at a time on my screen. But with that, I'll open it up for questions or comments.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax.
I appreciate this. I really don't have any questions except to make sure that where our present trustees reside, that this doesn't disrupt where they reside.
Correct.
I think it does.
I can take that if you like, Josh.
Okay.
So, Trustee Lomax, we looked at all the current residents, because as you know, one of the criteria we can use is the protecting incumbency. So these particular changes here do not affect any of the current trustees. So these adjustments do not affect any of the trustees.
Okay, thank you.
Scenario 1 or scenario 2.
Okay, thank you. My only question.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Is there a particular advantage to getting down to the 4.9% versus the 7%? It just looks kind of funny to have that little cutout for area 3 down there. The way it's cut out, it just seems not to fit. So is there any advantage to going to the smaller number?
So I think that from a legal perspective, we're trained not to answer as an attorney, but I can answer from a demographer that the lower your percentage, the less risk you have of someone saying, my vote's more diluted than the next trustee area. Now, the law is pretty clear from our understanding that as long as you're below 10%, your district is protected from, this not balancing your populations. And these adjustments are so minor. I've seen districts over 50% variance, and you're at 10.9%. So we've had to make some extremely impactful changes to some districts' trustee areas. In these scenarios, if I kind of bounce back and forth between these two, they're very small. And so they're both comfortably below the 10%. I've seen districts vote for maps that are at the 9-point-something%, and with attorneys involved, and there's no concern there.
Well, I guess then my next question would be basically for you, Matt, and for Amy, because these are affecting your areas. Do you guys have a feeling either way?
Amy, I'll let you go first.
I've studied this quite a bit in preparation for tonight, and I'm just looking at the same protocols of what you guys looked at in consideration. And right now, without having a chance to kind of ask some of my clarifying questions, is scenario 1.
That's what you would rather go with? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. But I have my own questions, right? So this is being asked before those.
Right.
So that's my opinion this time.
I appreciate that. Just wondering what you're thinking.
And I would also go with scenario 1, as minimal as that small amount seems. In scenario 2, that's actually the neighborhood I grew up in. That's where my parents lived. That's actually also my mailing address. It's not where I live, but it's 1383 Bluebird, if I'm looking at that map correctly, falls where my mailing address is. And that's on Ralston and Victoria. Is that the whole bird track just basically taken out? And Josh is like, what's the bird track?
Yeah, I don't.
But that looks like it's from Johnson all the way to, all of Ralston and Johnson.
Yeah, it's the bird track.
And that's my neighborhood I grew up in. I mean, that's where a lot of my constituents who I'm not saying that it's 1 of 5, but as minimal as that small change, it could be if I do run an election, right, Trustee Dannenberg?
Right.
But that is currently my mailing address, not my living address, but my mailing address is 1383 Bluebird. And that's where I was living when I was elected to the board.
And your living address is within the purple, right?
Yes, it's a little to the left, but very minimal. So taking that chunk out of that whole area, that leaves,
So aside from, if I may, where you grew up or whatever, that would fall into a community of interest conversation. And to say that this new boundary is going to take that community out of Trustee Area 5, to me, it would be a valid concern for the board from a community standpoint, not necessarily from Trustee Alvarez, but if that community were to feel like, oh, now I'm not in Trustee Area 5, now my community has been separated, that's a valid reason not to agree with with scenario 2.
Yeah, because that is part of Montalvo, and you're splitting Montalvo apart partially right there. So that's my only concern on that. Thank you, Jerry, for asking the question.
Yeah.
Trustee Callahan?
Yeah, so I guess my question was the rationale on, because there's a handful of things for the option to the scenario 2, and because it talked about natural geographic barriers, and so telegraph is a clear delineator within our town, our city, I should say, pardon. And so it just, again, as Dr. Dannenberg kind of shared out, is that it just doesn't fit. And so unless there is something I'm missing, why was this particular area, which thank you, Trustee Alvarez, about, this particular neighborhood extracted?
Yeah, so from our standpoint, from a demographer, and we look at the maps, it's very difficult for us to understand where communities of interest, because that's fairly local information. When we look at this, we're looking at total population, and we're also looking at minority groups to see if we're going to create a situation where, let's just say, for example, Trustee Area 5 was a minority majority district. Over 50% of the people who lived in Trustee Area 5 were there. And then we created this little spot here that Trustee Alvarez is discussing, and now it's not a majority minority district. That would be something that would trigger us to say, oh, wait a second, we need to take a harder look at how we redraw this. But it was simply, in this scenario, we looked at total population. There was enough people who lived in this little area to get your trustee areas to balance. And we draw the scenarios, we bring them to the community and the board. And this is very common where the board will say, no, don't use that area, find a different area. Or, just close that one. Scenario 1 is a much better decision from our perspective because we know our communities.
So yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I personally, I don't, I'm just going to kind of share my input. I would like to hear from the rest of the board members, their thoughts, but I'm looking at scenario 1 already and would love to go through the process as we should with our due diligence, but you guys did so much work with the first round during the transition that if we could bypass some of these meetings, that would be fabulous and just move to vote. So I will move. I have no more questions.
Mr. Ramos?
And I realize, President Alvarez, that these scenarios were just provided so that because the percentage, the variance was 0.9% was so small, we wanted to provide what it would look like to the board. Obviously, you can have your input and your comments, but we just wanted to provide something to the board that would show how small of a change it would be. And as Mr. Chisholm said, it was based on total population. So that's why the 2 scenarios, no other reason other than the total population, as Mr. Chisholm explained, and also just to show the board how small the adjustment would have to be in order to balance the trustee areas that were out of balance.
Thank you. Trustee Cullen?
I'm done.
VP Rodriguez?
I think both maps, in my opinion, are fine. I guess my question is really about process. And in the past, when we did this, we got community input from some of our stakeholder groups. I think the ones that were the most active in the conversation were our cause, student, and community representatives. And so I'm curious, is the plan to send it out to some stakeholder groups and then also do like our community council meetings? Or is it really just, since this change is small, let's do, kind of the bare minimum, have community forum and move on?
That would be up to the board. We don't have to go through the same process that we did when we initially transitioned. On the timeline, if you can see, we have an item on there where we would post it on our websites and invite public comment, and then take those public comments and see whether or not, as Mr. Chisholm explained, whether or not they would actually even be doable, considering what needed to be balanced and what trustee areas need to be balanced, and then bring those back to the board after the community input, and then make a decision. So, as far as community councils, calling meetings, this is a short timeline just because of when we received the census data, and also everyone is in this process right now. So it would be up to the board to see what kind of process you would want in place to get community input. The suggested one is to place it on our website and then let people know that it's there, either via the communications office, and to let them post their comments.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I really appreciated that the demographic numbers in terms of like our cultural diversity were very similar between all of them. So I think that work to make sure that we're honoring the initial process, at least in terms of the community input, was respected in this next iteration. So I'm personally fine with either map.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last comment you made, Trustee Rodriguez. You're okay with what?
I'm fine with either map. No.
Okay.
And Mr. Chisholm, I thank you for your time. I don't have any other further questions. Do any more of my trustees?
I do have a clarifying question on with regard to the public comment or the public input. Are you okay with the posting of the 2 scenarios on our website and then asking for public comment on those 2 maps via our website and the communications office?
I prefer just one. Are we going through the dais?
Oh,
President Alvarez?
you're just saying you just prefer one map.
Yes. Like is there consensus just to have one map and ask for feedback and input on the one map?
I worry about that it would appear to the public that we've already made our decision. So I would prefer to do 2 maps. I realize it's going to cause a little bit more time involved, but I wouldn't want to go out to the public like, here, we made this decision. What do you think about it? Well, why would they care?
I agree.
I agree with that. And I also would like to see, in addition to having it on our website, to do some just intentional outreach to, our student and family stakeholders, and then also our community councils. I mean, we could just email their chairs and say, hey, could you send this out in your newsletter, right? I don't think it requires us necessarily, being at their meetings, but I do think because city council and the county board of supervisors are also in this activity right now, people are aware that this is something that is happening at the local level.
And just to clarify, the cities and counties are subject to the Fair Maps Act, which requires them to do the entire process in the transition that we went through initially. That Fair Maps Act does not apply to school districts, so it's going to look a little different.
So I have a clarifying question on the clarity that you're asking, Council Ramos, around, so that second map, we heard, concern and or feedback from President Alvarez about having that neighborhood included in map 2. So are we saying that option 2 or scenario 2 will be repurposed based on Trustee Alvarez's input and then posted?
As it would require a whole new scenario. But as Mr. Chisholm indicated, that the community of interest is a valid argument for the board not to accept scenario 2. And this is why we wanted to bring the scenarios to get the board input. So we could, Mr. Chisholm, what would it take to do another scenario to balance the 2 areas, taking into account the concerns of the board with regard to the community of interest?
Yeah, we can. Let me see if I can get scenario 2 pulled back up here. I accidentally closed it earlier. Let's see. Yeah, we can certainly, take another look at this scenario. I don't know if there's input from the board on where in trustee area 5 that trustee area 3 could move into to balance out this population. This one here, it actually moved in trustee area 4. Trustee area 5 was unchanged in the first one. And so, in this situation, if we did want to draw another map, trustee area 5 really, in this situation, bumped down, and that's why we have such a low variance. It was trustee area 5, I want to say, was at 5.2%. And now it's at 4.4% with this scenario. That's how it got, the total variance got so low. So if you do want us to draw a new scenario, I don't know if, this corner is something that would protect the community and still balance out the population, but somewhere in this, this row here, where there's a shared boundary, trustee area 3 needs to grow and area 5 needs to shrink. And so if this is not it, I don't know if it's over here or if there is one And if not, then maybe it's somewhere else in the blue area that we try and rebalance.
What about the little triangle between Kimball and Telegraph out of the blue area? If you kind of go up, that
Then
little
it doesn't
triangle there.
split Kimball and it's above Telegraph.
Because Kimball is a major, sort of boundary.
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Does this take in all the new housing that's going in? I mean, because this conceivably could all change just by all the new buildings they have going on around town.
It's based on the census, right?
That's right. It's all based on the 2020 census data. So, if you have a major development occur in the next 10 years, when this comes back around in 2030, whatever trustee area grows dramatically through that development, it's going to throw off the proportion distribution, and we'll be back again making adjustments.
Okay.
So what would be the consensus of the board, to put both scenarios and wait for public comment or input, or just scenario one? Or to try and determine a third scenario that would take into account the comments that we received today about the community of interest on scenario 2?
To be full transparent, personally, I'd like to just keep both these scenarios and see what public comment is on them. I think if we move it any more to the left, then you're going to put it right on top of where I live right now. And that's going to be an issue.
Okay.
But I do think we have to take into account that we're splitting Montalvo apart if we do go with scenario 2.
I think it's a good point. I just feel that there's a handful of things that don't make sense about scenario 2.
Right. To me, that doesn't make any sense to put scenario 2 forward to the community if we would never really seriously consider it.
Absolutely.
Well, the community, if you were to post just scenario 1, the community can still provide input on that scenario. And if there's a lot of input that says, we don't favor this scenario, we want to see more scenarios, we have the ability to do that. We have some time to accomplish that if we need to. The other thing that I would encourage would be at the next board meeting is to hold a formal public hearing that in order for us, when we do go to the county, after we go through this process, we will document in a memo to the county that a public hearing was held. The maps were posted, or at least one of the maps was posted on your website, and the public's had an opportunity to participate in the process. And a formal public hearing at your next board meeting is a great way of doing that, to allow your community to speak to the process.
And technically, we don't just represent our area. When we're elected, we represent the entire unified school district. So does it, in the long run, are you really cutting a neighborhood apart? Because we all represent Montalvo. I represent Montalvo and I'm way up in area 1.
My only concern is that I think that that particular slice has a bigger voice if they're voting in an election for school board than they would being part of the North.
True.
That sounds so bad.
So do we have consensus just to post scenario 1, take public input throughout this time, provide another public hearing, a formal public hearing on the meeting in January so that the public can have another opportunity, and then the board will then make a decision in their February meeting?
I would personally prefer a third scenario.
A third scenario?
So that we could present to the community 2 options, because it doesn't seem like scenario 2 is a viable option for the reasons already stated.
Mr. Chisholm, do you think you can put a third scenario together?
Absolutely. is this little triangle that was discussed? It sounded like there was some support and not support for this area. Are there any suggestions? We can take another stab at it, but we may not produce some. Now's the time.
How about that blue area below the green line? Right there, yeah.
Well, so scenario 1 is awful close, I believe, to this here is scenario 1, and so this area, I think that's pretty close to scenario 1.
Can you show scenario 1 there?
Yeah, I believe I'm sharing, but I might have. Are you all?
Yeah.
It's scenario 2 is on the screen.
Okay, let me.
Hi, baby dog.
And I think that whole thing is already there, Jerry, that the only part that's available is that's the Kimball Park.
Do you see scenario 1 now?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, that makes more sense to me than having a third scenario out there.
Can you just explain that again, Dr. Dannenberg, of what you're sharing?
Well, this just looks like it's not gerrymandered as much to get the numbers you want. I mean, to me, this works.
And this is scenario 1, Amy.
Yeah, but I think we're all in consensus of this, but that there was also input of having the public be able to, not us just share 1, but to share 2. And so to basically, so that way we're not sharing with them that we've already decided.
So do a third one that takes that little triangle up by Kimball and see what the public says. Either they'll say, heck no, or this one's better.
And you're talking about that area where the pointer is now, Ms. Lomax?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because currently that boundary is the Barranca, right? That purple line runs through the Barranca currently. It's not on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's why it doesn't make any sense to move that purple area.
To move it over to Kimball?
To move that blue area up there. No, it's the way the line's drawn on this scenario. That's the Barranca is the dividing point, the natural boundary.
True. Then let's just present one.
Well, I think we could present the 2 scenarios that we have and listen to see what the public has to say.
And I'm fine with that.
They may have the same comment that the board or input that the board has indicated right now with regard to the community of interest.
Mm-hmm.
So do we have consensus to just keep both scenarios? Trustee Lomax? Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
VP Rodriguez? And I'm good on that too.
Okay. So both scenarios will be posted on our website for public input. Then we will also do an intentional outreach to the stakeholder groups. If we can get an idea of those stakeholder groups, Dr. Rice, do you have an idea, or would you like the board input?
In terms of the format of the public input, or?
No, of which community groups we will be intentionally reaching out to for their input.
Well, we can take input from the board on which ones those are. The community councils, we can do this, the school sites where those parents live. Maybe we can even do a parent square neighborhood search.
Okay. So is that the plan? Everyone will go forward with that plan?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well,
Mr. Chisholm, thank you so much for staying with us this evening. Usually we're not this late of a board meeting type of group, but.
It was my pleasure. I'm thankful to be here and thankful for you all to trust us to help you with this process.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate your help. We'll talk tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good
And
night.
thank you, Mr. Ramos, also. All right, we are gonna backtrack to 15G. And I'm sure Seth Curry broke a record tonight, so we're trying to break a record here. We're trying to match up with him. 15G, consideration of approval of increasing the daily rate of certificated substitute salary schedule.
Yes, thank you. As you're aware, we are having a shortage of substitute teachers throughout the county in an effort to recruit and retain more substitutes and quality ones. We'd like you to consider raising our current sub rates for our school district to put us in the upper level of pay for the county. We're currently at the very low end, and we'd like to be competitive. And then at the end of this year, if the need kind of regresses a little, we'll be able to reevaluate and see if we need to stay at this rate. But you guys have had that sub rate salary scale, and we'd like you to consider approving that so we can get competitive with the rest of the county.
Thank you, Trustee Lomax.
I of course agree that this has to be done. It should have been done some time ago. I'm not sure that we're still going to be lower because most of them I think are up in the $200 range to start, but I could be wrong on that because I haven't seen it I've just seen what the county sent, and I know what a couple other districts pay. But if I had my way, we would start at 200, but this is at least better than what we were paying. So thank you for your hard work, and hopefully it'll attract subs.
Trustee Dannenberg?
I think we need to do it. So I'm all for it.
Trustee Callahan?
I agree on all the fronts, but I do feel that in order for us to be competitive, is there a reason why we didn't start at the 200?
Well,
mark? And there was another piece too, that's the 200 mark, and also the additional stipend for working 5 days in a row, like Oxnard's giving.
We do. If you look at, we do have some incentives for working long-term. And also we went off the substitute pay information that was provided to us by VCOE. And most of the districts are anywhere from $150 to $200 on the first day that they sub. We were at $125. And then we're very competitive when our subs go into that long-term area, and that can be upwards into that first column, first step. So we actually pay them at $267 once they're in a long-term situation. So,
but those, you know, I was a long-term sub at one point. Those are few and far between because it's right. You're kind of looking at parental leave and other pieces. Whereas I also subbed in another state, and it was like the day-to-day one. So I would probably never, in that situation, I would have never got the long term, but because I was floating from one school to another each day, I was still working in, you know, anywhere from 5 to 10 days in a row. And so in this case, without the stipend of a long term, even though I was working that much. So I guess one thing that I would is I would love for us to look at, and I know we're looking at to evaluate this again, but why can we just, since we've kind of waited to this point and we've already upped it so much from 125, can we go ahead and really be competitive and just match it at the 200 that other folks are doing? So it's a no-brainer for folks. So that's my thought. I will yield on the additional stipend that like Oxnard's giving for the single day in a row and kind of evaluate down the road. But I do think that we should be bumping this up another $20 a day. So there's just no question. So that's my thoughts. And thank you for the answer, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, VP Rodriguez.
Yeah, similarly, I guess I would be more interested in knowing how we compare to our more immediate neighbors, because I don't know that like what CME is paying or what Las Verdes is. I mean, our sub pool lives here, maybe Oxnard, Camarillo, maybe on the outside Port Hueneme, right? But and so are we competitive in that geographic area?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I said this would make us very competitive with our neighbors.
Oh, okay. Because I thought some of them, in addition to BCO, we were paying 200.
VCOE is paying 200, but like Oxnard Union, the current data we have from VCOE as of September is that they're at 160 a day.
Okay. And then I know because I reached out to a couple board members, Port Hueneme is offering, if you work for 30 days of service in the district, rather not as a long-term sub, but in the district, they're offering a bonus of $250, $500 at 90 days, and an additional $500 at 120 days of service for the district. And I do think that incentivizes someone to prioritize working in our district consistently in a different way than a long-term sub stipend prioritizes, right? Like, because I agree, I used to sub, and I actually talked to our council about whether or not it would be inappropriate for me to sub now, because I feel so badly for our teachers who are not able to get subs. But so I do think that like the long-term sub thing is not as common. And so how do we incentivize people to choose us versus our neighbors? And it's not just the day rate.
I would love to chime in here. I mean, I would suggest that we raise it to the 180. And if you guys are really interested in doing an additional incentive, because I know Ojai and Oxnard both have the additional incentives and they are our closest neighbors, we can look at that and do something comparable too. But I wouldn't preclude this from changing our sub rate right now. I would just say, let us come back and we'll add an additional incentive if that's what the board's consensus is, and we can do that. I think for Ojai, it's if you work 3 days out of the 5, it's an additional like $300. And for Oxnard, I think it's an additional like $500. So it's significant. And I think those are only going through the end of the school year. Like they're, it's just everybody is competing for subs right now. So if the board is amenable to that, then we could do the 180 a day and then work in with the budget and see what we, because of the lack of subs, we have not spent all of our sub pay. So there is some money there that we could use for incentives, but I would like to have some time to figure that out.
Yeah, I think that's great. Because I mean, one of the sort of additional concerns on this, right, is not just that it's very stressful on our teachers who, are having trouble getting subs, but also our admin and you all, right? Because I've heard you all have been covering classes and, people are like, woo, I got Dr. Castro, but like, that's not a wise use of your time, right? Like, I get it. It's great that you are willing to do that, but you have big jobs that we need you to be able to do, and same for our principals. So I just think we want to incentivize as much as possible getting subs.
Yep, we can do that, definitely.
Go ahead, Dr. Rice.
Oh, no, I agree. I just wanted to have Mr. Taylor clarify at what point the second tier of long-term sub kicks in.
There's 1 to 15 would pay 180. And this is the salary schedule that had been agreed upon way before I got involved with this. This is how you guys have always stepped it up historically. And 1 to 15 will now pay with board approval 180. Then at that 16th day, it'll go up to $227 a day. And then it keeps advancing. So once they get to 30, they'll go to 241, 60 days, that long-term assignment, again, they go to step 1, column 1. So that comes out to about $267 a day.
I just wanted to point that out because one, that folks getting into that tier is not that uncommon. It's fairly common. However, I would say that 16 days is a little bit further down the road than I've seen in other places. In some places, it starts as early as 11. So that's something we can look at when we start looking at different ways to incentivize, as the board is asking us to do, is maybe just start that a little bit earlier as well.
I just pulled up the one that I have from Monimi, and it starts at 10 days.
That's pretty common.
Can I ask a clarifying question though? When you say long-term sub, are we talking about someone that is for someone that has parental leave, or are we talking about long-term being 10 days in a row, regardless of which school, even if it's 2 days here, 3 days there? That's not what we're talking about though, right? For long-term?
I believe this to be days in a row.
I think it's in a single assignment, but but even that is still fairly common. Although Trustee Rodriguez is right. A lot of times you work at the base rate for like the first 10 days, and then on the 11th day you start. That varies greatly, but 16 days is fairly far out there for that. Like we could look at that as well.
And if I'm not mistaken, one of our neighbors has it so that once you hit the long-term sub 10-day mark, it goes back retroactively to the first day, right? So again, I think those are things that, you know, if I'm working by, you know, on a day-by-day basis, I'm going to choose the most advantageous for me and my family. And I just want us to be that option.
Trustee Lomax, did you have a question? You had your hand up.
Yeah, that was my question, because whether it was a long-term single assignment or that you stayed as a sub in our district for a long period of time. So those are the things we can talk about after we approve this to do some type of incentives for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want this to be like, well, we'll talk about it next April. We need to like talk about this right away.
Yeah, this is a good start, but yeah, we'll see what options we have. Thank you, Dr. Chandler.
So,
Mr. Taylor.
I'm sure
sorry, go ahead.
We could bring it back. I'm sure if you guys are okay with it in January to figure out the incentive program.
So with that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Vandenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that pushes us to 16B on our agenda, as we have already gone over today.
Can I go ahead, Dr. Rice?
I'll do an introduction, and then we'll see where this goes. I have been hearing from the board for the better part of a year and a half, maybe 2 years here and there, that a lot of the board priorities were established prior to some of us being on the board, some of us being hired here, and that there was a desire to potentially relook at those, not only so that it drives the work of the staff, but also so it's more tightly aligned to my goals and my evaluation. And we just haven't really done that. And I know that type of conversation can be fairly engaging and take a little more time. So I don't know at this hour if you still want to do that, or if we can push that to the first or second meeting in January. But I feel like it's a perfect time for us to engage in that conversation so we can get all those things aligned.
I would like to move to table this particular item. I would be even open to a special board meeting on this item, not necessarily waiting till January. But at this hour, I don't think I personally have the engagement or the wherewithal to be engaged in such a serious conversation, an important one.
Trustee Lomax?
I'm fine with not having the discussion tonight, but I do agree that we should not let it go months or,
Trustee Dannenberg?
Well, I believe Trustee Callahan made a motion, so I'll second her motion that we table this for tonight and then bring it back in January.
I'm so sorry. Are we taking a vote on tabling this then? Or we're just board consensus?
It's not a voting item, but are we have consensus on it, us pushing it? Thumbs up?
Yeah.
But thumbs up, because this is my own
I
consensus.
think we have three thumbs up. I saw. I didn't. Sabrina?
You people need to drink more coffee. I'm fine having this conversation.
I know.
It's like 5 months too late as far as my.
Well, that's my concern is, are these board goals for this year? So.
But it's fine if you guys want to talk
And
about
it's always the youngest ones, huh, Sabrina?
I know. Party poopers.
Yeah, I wasn't saying to push it.
6 months. Come on.
All right. So I think we have consensus from 3. We're just making a point of that, right, Sabrina? No. So we will move that to our next meeting, if not a special board meeting, maybe the day before Christmas.
No.
We now move to consent calendar, where you saw that the amendment was adjusted from 18 to 22 to 17 through 21. Do we have any items that need to be pulled? Trustee Dannenberg.
No.
Trustee Lomax. Trustee Dannenberg?
No.
Trustee Callahan?
I do. I had in 20B, I wanted to just look at and have a discussion around the 805 evaluation and analysis. Is that right? Contract? Pardon.
Is that 20, which one? 20B?
20B.
Okay, so we will.
I have a question.
Yes.
And this will go to Anthony. If 20B, if we're ratifying the purchase orders, which were already paid, does her question then have to become a future board item? Or can you actually pull out one of the purchases and discuss it?
That's a good question. So the question is about, has the contract already been, Dr. Castro, has the contract already been approved on this particular item?
This is the first time the contract is coming forward.
So the contracts are now in the new system where it's just the list?
Yes, and Dr. Chandler could give some additional detail, but this is the first time this is coming forward as a contract.
In 20B? In 20B? Didn't you say 20B, Amy? Because 20B says it's ratification, meaning we're ratifying what was done.
What did I say? I'm sorry. Wait. It's listed in 20B, I believe.
And so this, I think the part of the question is related to the board policy that these things come to us before their ratification.
I also talked to Ms. Campbell. So thank you, Ms. Campbell. I see your camera is on ahead of time to kind of talk about this process. So I will pause. But yes, 20B. Thank you, Trustee Lomax.
And do we have a page number that we're looking at?
13.
It's one of the attached schedules.
Yeah.
Which is VUSD PO detail 12/14/21 PDF.
But again, I think we're missing the bigger picture. Like Trustee Rodriguez said, the bigger picture is, do we need to look at our policy on how these things are done? Because my understanding is when you're saying ratification of purchase orders, ratification means it's already done. And all we're doing is ratifying it. We're not making a decision, yay or nay. So the question that Miss Trustee Callahan has is she wants to discuss this, and then Trustee Rodriguez brings up that maybe we need to look at our policy on how that's done. So we do have an opportunity to discuss it, because my understanding is these were already done. So were they?
Well,
The board did change its policy around these issues in our self-evaluation around when we had that conversation around this. There was consensus that anything over $25,000 would come to us prior to ratification.
Did we make
Since
that
this
known?
contract, this contract is initially coming to the board today for, and I understand your point to Ms. Lomax about ratification, but this is the first time that it's coming to the board for approval. So we may have to adjust our agenda a little bit.
I guess what
so
I'm
the
saying
board
is
has not,
if it's already paid, how could I disapprove it?
it has not been paid yet and the contract has not been approved yet.
Okay.
So I think that's where we have to do just have some discussions around clarifying the agenda item.
That's where
I think also Trustee Lomax is right. It's under a consent calendar. Is that, am I tracking?
The consent calendar is not an issue. It's the wording of the actual agenda item, which is causing the confusion, is my understanding. So, but if we look at the actual facts in this particular scenario, this particular contract is coming to the board for the first time for approval.
Right, but I believe when we did the conversation about moving action items to the beginning and all that, that contracts were to be in that action item section, highlighted by value prior to be approved prior to consent.
Ratification.
Yeah, I think I can add some clarity here. That's exactly right. And if that item was put on consent and it shouldn't have been, then consider the item pulled. It's been pulled by Trustee Callahan. So at this point, I would say, if you're willing to engage in the conversation, Dr. Castro can share with you more about it. He's ready to speak. And if you prefer to have it pulled and put on action next time and further clarification, then we'll just wait till next time. I don't think this is a policy issue. I think this is a practice issue. The item should have not been on there.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. I would, here's the young one again. Matt's actually younger than I am, but I would love to just pull this and have it next time, if that's okay with everyone. I don't know what the service is, if it's a timely manner or any of those pieces, but I would like to do that if that's okay. So we can kind of put into practice our practice.
No, I agree. I apologize for that oversight, but it was clear. I'm clear on it, and there's going to be some growing pains. We talked about that, and we'll get there. So thank you for your patience, and we'll bring it back to you with further information between now and then.
Great, thank you.
So with that, I will move approval of items 17 through 21 with that one
20B.
With the one item in 20B being pulled.
I second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Can I make a request?
Yes. Well, it depends.
Given the late hour, could we release staff and also table conversations around board committees and board comments for our next meeting, unless they're time sensitive? Unless somebody really has something they need to talk about today.
I'm in agreement. I was really excited to talk about CSBA, and but hey, next meeting, we're going to be talking a lot at the end. So do we have consensus? Thumbs up? Okay, great. So that moves us to 23, coming events.
Ms. Dom, do you have the slide, or Marianne has it?
Sí.
Okay, Marianne has it. I won't read through the items. We'll just flash it up there and share with you. It's a little bit slower time heading into the holidays.
Do you see that? I have it up on my screen.
Thank you, Marianne.
All right, thank you so much. Coming events. And thank you, Ms. Dom, for sending us the weekly updates at the schools for the athletics events. We appreciate that. That's going to move us to...
if I could make one more request.
Oh, yes.
From now on, can we get that calendar put in the Friday letter? Just the upcoming activities calendar?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Brings us to 24, future board items. We have the GEO bond for January, school climate and culture for January, legislative update for January, budget update for January, and LCAP update for February. Anything else, Dr. Rice?
Board priorities. Yeah.
And the incentives for the subs. Do you want to add that for January?
I'm sorry, the item we just pulled.
Yes. Trustee Lomax, do you have anything?
I just wanted to remind that item that we just pulled has to be put on January as well. I'm sorry, Trustee Callahan, I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. I was wondering about, because we're talking about this new practice, right? And kind of looking at our budgets and how we're going to have these growing pains. So I was just wondering if there's, another time, maybe a work study group that we can look at around budgeting. Maybe nothing with extra work, but maybe on a trimester basis or quarterly basis as, Director Campbell releases her quarterly state reports, but that we're actually kind of looking at this information and because we share a lot about livable, breathable blueprints in our budgets, but we really are kind of looking at them and giving them input really kind of one time a year when we don't quite even know if those budgets are going to stay static or all this other money that we're looking at, coming in from the ESSER to the ELO to the effective educator grant. So really looking at having placeholders within in the form of a work study group around just studying our budgets and how that aligns to our strategies and our goals.
Isn't that part of the BIAC? Because you have your stakeholders and everything in that?
It's my understanding that there's a different purpose for that, but I'm willing to I appreciate that because I did ask that same question. So
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
It is part of the BIAC. Last year, the BIAC was slightly dysfunctional with me as a brand new CBO trying to figure it all out. I think this year, the BIAC will be a little bit more effective in that way.
Anything else, Trustee Callahan?
Well, I mean, so I have the work study and then there was a question. Oh. So I'm just kind of wondering around looking at budget on, as a study group, just like we do with student achievement, but really looking at it from, of course, we'll have to have our goals by then, looking at our budget, how does this align to our strategic plan and our actionable items, but really, having some concerted effort and time to study this as a governing board.
Well, I know we have budget update on that item. I think we can add that to it and decide if we want to have a special meeting in the future.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? So
future board items, we do have the budget update. But you're asking to have more of an in-depth conversation, correct?
Yes. I think this kind of gets back to we're ratifying things as we get that, like having a concerted study around a governing board about what our budgets are, where we're spending them, and making it, instead of one time a year or here's the update of the balances, of really looking at how does this align to our goals, our strategic plan, and what our funding sources are, and do our needs change throughout the year. So it truly is a living and breathing document and process throughout the year.
I think basically Trustee Callahan is asking for a board study session around the budget. But obviously it makes sense to do that after we've had the conversation around goals and priorities, right? So
absolutely.
I mean, sorry, I'm paraphrasing for you, but I think that's what you're asking.
No, I think that's great that you're coming after. So perfect.
Yeah, that makes good sense. I think we can do that.
Trustee Dannenberg?
No, I think I almost hear Trustee Callahan asking for more than just one, though. Like she would like to have quarterly or, maybe 3 times a year with different reviews we have to do with the budget before they come to the board meeting. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Amy, but are you asking for more, or is the one board study session on the budget a year enough for you?
No, you're right. I was asking for more. I was asking for, intentional benchmarks, placeholders that we are already planning for, engaging toward throughout the year. So yes, thank you.
And that being said, then it would go along with, every time we have to do an interim report, to me, which is 3 times a year, basically would give us 3 times during the year that you're doing an NDL board, a special board meeting for a study session on the budget.
I like it, but I don't know if anyone else does. So.
I'm not opposed. I guess I feel like if we did one deep dive into the budget a year, then those other dips wouldn't have to be as deep, right? Like, because we would all have a basic working knowledge of the budget that I think is what kind of is missing sometimes, right? Like having the big picture and understanding how the pieces connect. Then when something changes or new money comes in, you kind of have the place to put it. Right now, I think sometimes, like dealing with a budget of over $200 million, it's hard to really envision it all in one place and understand how it ties together. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to more than one, but I think we could maybe ideally start with one and then see where that gets us.
My concern of not having it like periodic, right? Because we could always cancel it, is that there won't be a cadence for progress checking and monitoring that we are actually kind of doing what we're saying, or we're actually applying our practice. So that was my piece of it, is that almost having like a cadence where we have it already aligned and benchmarked throughout the year.
Well,
So
I think,
go ahead.
So I think we can set one definitely for, after we set our goals, and then we can move forward to, if we want to set more from that point, once we have an idea of what our goals are and moving forward. Because the budget does change so much, and you get, once you get the information from the governor and it changes again, I mean, it might just throw everything out the window we were meeting for that other time. So I think we really need to follow on Dr. Chandler and how many meetings would she feel like we need to have, I guess.
And
Amy, you're busy too. You're just packing on special meetings
to help.
And it's 11:30,
right?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that we kind of like the first interim, the second interim, the draft budget. Those are all the intent of bringing those to the board is so that those are the dives into it. And I think what might be the issue is that the formatting is awful because it's the SACS budget formatting that we have to submit to the state, which is not user friendly and doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you're not an accountant. So I feel like those things, the reason they're there, the reason the board approves them multiple times a year is for the very reason that Amy is talking about. But I think we need it in a different format that's easier to digest, but we take everything that you guys give us, from the LCAP to the ELO to all the board priorities that you set throughout the year, is put into the budget to make that happen, to try to meet those goals.
And I would just amend that or add on to that by saying that what we present typically is not what I'm hearing Amy asking for, Trustee Callahan, which is, and I'm just hearing this, is more taking a look at how our spending is aligned to our goals and priorities and checking it periodically, as opposed to, okay, here's how our ending fund balance is, and this is how much salaries are. And that has nothing to do with student achievement or getting more counselors or getting more intervention and all that. So we need to maybe, before we have the budget study session, and then maybe right after it, sit down with Rebecca and Anna and a couple of folks, maybe the BAC rep and the board president, and say, okay, what do you want to see, right? Like, what do you want to see? We have whatever the priorities, here's what we're spending, here's the different funding sources that we're using to support those efforts. Here's how much we spent so far. Here's how much we have for the rest of the year. We do that regularly, programmatically, but it's internal to us, right? Like CTE has a really great spreadsheet that shows all the different grants and what we're spending it on and how much we have left and all of that. And so I'm using that as a mental model for how we could better convey to the board that type of dynamic for all the other programs, and especially for the programs that you identify as being priorities.
And that's also something we could do through AlloView, Anna. We can pull those very focused, like to the goals kind of documents. So we can meet on that and get that up and running to give to the board too.
I see your lips moving, so I'm assuming you were asking.
Any more questions? Trustee Callahan?
I don't.
Trustee Rodriguez?
So I had two items. The first I already shared with Dr. Rice. I wanted to see if we could do an analysis. This doesn't have to be at a board meeting, but maybe in a Friday letter, an analysis of our legal expenses relative to other districts, both in-house and outside of the house. So that's item number one. The second thing is at CSBA, I attended a session on drafting an equity statement for your district. And one part of how they sort of talked about framing that was creating an equity task force for the district. And it made me think back to when the vision, mission, and governing principles and the promise and all of that was done. The board was never really a part of any of that. And now we have three. So Velma and I were the only two board members on at the time. And we didn't have any participation in it, and none of you were here. And I do think that as part of that goal setting and objectives, I would really love to see us do some of that vision work as a team and as a leadership team to have a common vision. Because when I look at that page, and I just was looking at it now, they're beautifully written paragraphs, but they're not us. They're not what we do and think about every single day. And so I would like to propose that at some point in the next 6 months, we do that work to really craft a shared vision and mission, and something that we can all own. That's it. Just a little thing.
Me too.
And I just had just us to continue the conversation on the student board members. We had that engaging conversation from Vernon and the student board members from all over the state. I went to a couple of great engaging sessions. And so I'd definitely like to share with the board. It was part of my report tonight, but I'm in contact with the president of the California School Board student board members. So seeing what ideas we can get to, if our students are interested, to propelling that to a bigger voice. And that brings us to board superintendent comments. Do we want to skip this for tonight? Anybody have any comments?
Yeah, we're going to skip it.
And that brings us to do you have reason to go back to closed session?
Yes.
Great.
Briefly.
So do you have a motion to go to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
I'm so sorry. I was caught off guard. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Since you all are moving back to closed session, the remaining staff will remain here. Rich at TDC, if you can please hang on, because we will also do another countdown when you come back. So if you can text me when you're done and when you're coming back, that would be great, so that staff can take a quick break while you're in closed session.
I will.
Can we release staff, because the item that we're meeting in closed session has nothing to do with any of you. And
I believe you have to come back to open session, correct, Mr.
But we're
Roberts?
saying, does staff have to hang around? Why can't they go home?
You
If
can all
I
go,
go-
and Dr.
If I go
Rice.
home,
Well, good morning, everyone. We came out of closed session and we have there was no action taken in closed session. In this early morning hours, we'd like to now move for an adjournment from this wonderful meeting. Thank you to everyone, and if you're still out there.
So moved.
So moved. And thank you, TDC Studios at VASE, our wonderful Marianne Quiros and Amy Dom. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Always the last one standing. Thank you so much, and thank you to my fiance. Please don't be too mad of how
I'll
late.
second the motion because everybody apparently is getting forgetful.
And Amy needs to take the vote so we can go.
I'm going. I can't even think. Vote as follows: Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
I don't know if we ought to go or not. We're having too much fun. Yes.
Trustee Callahan.
Yes, thank
Trustee
you.
Sabrina. My eyes are tired, people. I can't even read. Trustee Sabrina. And Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Oh, well,
Okay,
we love what we do. Thank you, everyone. Be
Good
safe.
night and happy holidays.
Good night.
Good night.
Happy
Thank
holidays.
you.